Good morning, everyone. I have something to ask you. We are running behind because, of course, we do. And I would like to ask you if you're ready, if you have nothing else of importance to do, can you please take a seat? And also, we have a lot of free seats, empty chairs in the front, so maybe you can come and sit here. You'll get a better view of things. We would like to start in about 10 minutes, so if you could, take a seat, please. If anyone needs translation, because pretty much the whole thing is going to be in English, so if you need translations, we have headsets over at the table near the entrance. If you need one, you can get one from there. I'm guessing if you need translation, you didn't understand this message. Окей, я могу на русском, если люди говорят на русском. Если вам нужен перевод с английского, есть эти наушники. Ну, короче, есть наушники на столе при входе. Можете взять оттуда. Thank you, Anna. Next time I will be ready and I will learn Armenian. Good morning again. So everybody's standing. Can you please take a seat? I recommend the seats in front. They're better. Don't ask why, they just are. Please take a seat because we want to start. How about that entrance though? That was pretty cool. Good morning everybody. My name is Viorel Pahomi. I'm from Moldova. This is my first time in Armenia. I wanted to learn a few phrases in Armenian so I can greet you properly because that's a very popular thing in countries like ours. People in Moldova do it all the time and the audience goes crazy. But I got drunk 2 nights in a row because you have very good beer and very good karaoke, so I didn't. Instead, I'm going to say that I'm very happy to be here and I'm very happy that you made it. I understand that there are some challenges apparently. Hopefully, during the day, more people will join us so we can, you can engage and ask questions and try to transform this into a discussion more than a lecture because nobody really likes lectures. I'm sorry to the professors in the audience. Okay, so we are gonna hear a few words from people involved in organizing this event first. Then we are going to do a panel, and throughout the day we are going to have speakers on different topics. You will have the possibility to ask questions, and we'll have an hour-long or something like that, a long Q&A at the end of the day. So maybe if you have questions throughout the presentations, you write them down somewhere so you don't forget them. And when we'll have our Q&A, you'll be able to engage and such. We have another method that you can ask questions with, but I'll tell you that later because I have to specify. Yeah. I think there were some things I need to say as well, but I'm going to do that throughout the day because you're going to see a lot of me today. First, I'm going to ask to the stage the chairwoman, that's a nice word, of a Digital Communication Network, Ms. Nino Macharashvili. Did I say that right? I'm sorry.
Good morning. I'm so excited to welcome you on behalf of Digital Communication Network in Yerevan, Armenia. How many of you know what is Digital Communication Network in Armenia? Oh, cool. So, not many people. Digital Communication Network is an international organization, very young one. We just registered our organization in Estonia a few months ago, but we have a long history, like 1 year and 4 months. The history of the organization started in September 2015, when 24 young digital communication professionals went to the United States for 1 month long exchange. Including myself, and it was a wonderful experience. Like, we went to many amazing American organizations, and we did some fellowships. We attended a wonderful conference. But by the end of the exchange program, when we were asked to do the evaluation of the project, what each of us said that the most valuable part of the program was meeting each other and talking to each other. And I'm talking about these 24 people from various countries like Armenia, Georgia, Moldova, Ukraine. I don't want to specify the region because they're like, it's not that important. So that's why we decided that our inspiring each other by what we do and the projects that we do in our own countries should not end there like at an exchange program. And when we came back, we decided that we should actually share our ideas and connect people in this region, in our countries, doing some great different stuff, and to help them build some better digital future for our countries. So we have come a long way in this one last year. This is already the fourth event that we are hosting in collaboration with World Learning. Thank you, Vlad, for all these things. The first one was in Chisinau, Moldova, in February, the Rocky Digital Conference. Then we had Estonian event digital talks. Then we had fact-checking forum in Vilnius. And now here we are in Armenia. And my big hope is that very soon we will go a little bit north and we will visit Tbilisi as well. So we have a very busy 1 year ahead. I mean 2017. Lots of events, lots of training programs, idea sharing, etc., etc. But what is the most important is that we are very open to collaboration and partnership. So the people who are in this room and people who are now watching us in live on Facebook or YouTube, please keep that in mind that there is this Digital Communication Network, an international organization which unites digital communication specialists from various backgrounds. People coming from media, from civil society organizations, business, government, startups, and we are very open for networking, for combined, collaborative projects. So do approach us and let's talk and see what we can do together. I want to say a few words about our next great events that we are now planning. In February, we will host the second edition of Regional Rocket Digital Summit. It will take in Warsaw. Please stay updated through our Facebook page, and the website that you see on these banners will be up very soon, in a few weeks, so you will get all the information about our activities. And yes, stay in touch, and please do come and talk with us. I'm sure we can find very large area where we can collaborate and work together towards the better digital future of our countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mila. Yeah, you are, for now. Thank you. Of course, this event today and many like these ones wouldn't be possible without the help of the United States State Department, because they pay for it. And that's why I want to take the opportunity to thank them. And we're going to hear a few words from the Counselor for Public Affairs from the United States Embassy here in Yerevan, Ms. Jacqueline Deely. Ms. Deely, where are you? Oh,
everyone, how are you? Good. A little bit of a wintry Monday morning, so thank you very much for coming out. It is truly an honor to be here among so many creative entrepreneurs, people from all over the globe. I think it's very, very important when people from different countries come together in this way. So as you know, the U.S. State Department supports DigiComNet and the Caravan as a very important incubator. It's an incubator for building these connections, the type of connections that the chairwoman mentioned, that one of the greatest outcomes of the program was the connections that you were able to build among each other. And I think that's one of the very important reasons why we support this, because it is very important when entrepreneurs and journalists and businesses and media specialists and experts from other relevant fields can come together in these types of cross-border collaborations. And I think that it helps to expand a lot of understanding and friendship around the globe while also boosting economic opportunities, not only for yourselves, but also for the countries that you originate from. So by supporting DigiCommNet, we hope to support you not only in your individual endeavors, but also to help build these connections and the connections between yourselves, your companies, your countries, as you share your passions for media and for entrepreneurship and for IT, and to help build those intersections. And for us in Armenia, those intersections are particularly important. The intersection between entrepreneurship and IT, because Armenia is a small landlocked country, and it has long relied on its very educated workforce to help grow its economy through technology, science, and entrepreneurship. I mean, for us, certainly at the embassy, we think that hard sciences and IT are hardwired in Armenian DNA. They are so good at it. And so I think this is a very important stop for the caravan. And it is something that the U.S. Embassy is very actively involved in nurturing. And so as you proceed through your sessions today, I hope you'll have good, productive networking, good discussions, and you'll be able to build connections that will then you'll be able to nurture and build through the months and the years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to proceed with our first panel. I'm going to ask the panelists to come on stage and join me, please. I hope you know who you are. I don't want to butcher your names because they're too complicated for me. I'm going to turn on the microphones. Amalia, I do know your name. Because I met you before. I'm sorry? No, you just can take a seat on the couch, I guess. Yeah, everyone. All of you. Yeah, sure, you can take a chair as well. Why not? So we're talking about opportunities and challenges of Armenian startups and entrepreneurs. We have two microphones. I'm going to ask you to share them between yourselves. And I guess the first thing we need to do, so I don't, do it myself, I'm going to have you introduce yourself and tell a little bit about your work and what it is that you do, so people know who you are. For those of you over them that don't. Please, you can start.
Good morning. First of all, can we have somehow the lights shut down? So my name is Artashes. I am representing Microsoft Innovation Center. A couple of words what we do. We are focused on two, let's say, activities. One is the acceleration of the startups. So we have a mentor-driven, very heavy mentor-driven program when we try to connect the startups with potential mentors and investors through our network of entrepreneurs, successful tech entrepreneurs in Silicon Valley, mainly diaspora, and we help them to shape their idea and come to the stage when their product solves a critical problem, but not a very local one, but a global problem, which has a potential to scale and attract investors, and also in the midterm run to generate job places. So far we have accelerated around like 35 startups. So a couple of them are very successful, only like the recent 4 ones of the past 2 batches, which are very successful, managed to raise $500,000, and currently during the past 12 to 18 months they have employed more than 35 engineers and biz devs, designers, etc. And the other direction we are focused on is education. So we are basically supporting the companies by helping them to find the talent, but we are not a recruiting agency. We just do coding bootcamps for them. When the companies join us and we join forces, we develop a tailored training program, and recruit the students and help them to build their skills, let's say from very scratch to some level when they have the necessary skills to get a junior developer job in a company, and during the program they work on practical tasks to practical work related to the company, and at the end they just land a job in a company. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Bagra Dengibare, but before starting, I think you're from Moldova, yes?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, just for your information, there's a big delegation from Moldova, funded by US government here in Armenia for the next 2-3 years. They're visiting different accelerators, incubators in Armenia to understand how they can replicate the model in Moldova. So I will introduce them to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, so...
Can you keep the microphone closer to you?
We started in 2002 as an IT incubator, and now we are one of the largest technology IT engineering agencies in Armenia. So we are managing now different projects, and MIG was just one of our projects, like IBM Innovation Center, Gyumri Technology Center, is another technology center, mobile application lab in Kapan. We have Armenian Indian Training Center, Armenian National Engineering Lab, and also some of different training activities with different universities. Just as a statistic, during this last 10-15 years, we trained more than 20,000 specialists in Armenia, and in our different accelerators and incubators have been incubated more than 500 teams. And also we managed to create in Armenia a financial instrument in partnership with private partners. The first venture fund was established in Armenia. And also we have an instrument called Matching Grant, and also Idea Grant, which are calling Science Technology Entrepreneurship Program, and one of the pitching was yesterday. In addition to that, we are also working with the multinationals on doing different investment for Armenia, starting their businesses or enlarging their operation or investing or acquiring different Armenian startups. And also we are very active in lobbying the sector interest with the government. For example, 2 years ago the new legislation has been passed. IT startups, for 3 years they are paying only 10% income tax. Income tax in Armenia is 25-26%, and they have a zero profit tax. And also, what is interesting, so we have a new large project, we expanding from IT to engineering, because engineering sector is also growing fast in Armenia. One of the large projects is Engineering City. It will be the large initiative in the suburbs of Yerevan, so it will be large incubation and technopark environment for only engineering companies with national instruments. And also we are starting a new project on cybersecurity. It will be cybersecurity incubation and skill development center in partnership with Microsoft, HP, and Cisco. So, thank you.
Thank you. You have another microphone there, so you can leave this one for these two, and you can use that one. Thank you.
Thank you. So my name is Amalia. I'm representing Gyumri Technology Center. And the very important topic I want to speak now is about how to connect education and startup or entrepreneurship business. Like before, let's say 5 years ago, after high-tech education, IT education, students mainly wanted to be hired by an IT company, and we together with EIF put efforts to bring the graduates of these companies to Gyumri Technopark. Today we are on the stage that students, after getting education in IT, are also ready to have their own teams and to work on their own idea, so as to become entrepreneurs and teams. And thanks to the fact that both the government of Armenia and EIF through different grants are supporting these teams to start their own company and to realize these ideas themselves, we can say that not only in Yerevan, but in the region, in this case in Gyumri and also in Vanadzor, we are having this culture, this mentality. Startup companies whose solutions are well known all over the world. And I'm so happy during these days we were talking to representatives of startup ecosystem from different countries. So I hope that after this digital communication conference, we will have more options to collaborate and to have experience exchange between the countries and to learn from each other, thus creating this ecosystem really on target points. And thank you to organizers, and we are very proud as EIF and GTC to be partners for the conference. I wish good luck to all of us.
Thank you very much, Amala.
Hi everyone, my name is Armin Saidi. I'm the CEO and one of the founders of a company called White Password. We're a UK-based company that has established our offices or R&D center in Armenia and Yerevan approximately 2 years ago. We were one of the companies that also received a match grant that Raghav was mentioning. We're VC funded. Part of the funds come from Armenian Galantis Ventures. We've been here for the past 3 years. I think what has happened here for us in the past 2 years has been fantastic. We started working with local partners. We have a team of, right now we're approaching 18 people locally. We plan on doubling this in the next year. And the talent here is phenomenal. We're able to achieve much more results that we could have elsewhere in the past. We have offices in Montreal, we have offices in London. We opened an office recently in Berlin, and the core development from both hardware and software, everything is being done here. So we're very excited, very happy to be here, and we're looking forward to more collaborations with other companies locally, internationally, and interestingly enough, ever since we've been here on a personal level, my international network has grown tenfold. So there's a lot going on in this city, in this country, in the regions, and I think all of you should explore it and try to identify how it can benefit you and talk with all the people around that have things to offer, and definitely come and see me if you have any questions. We've been here, we're staying here. There are challenges to coming here and establishing yourself, however, nothing is unsurmountable. So that's my little story for now.
Thank you very much. Okay, so Artashes, I'm going to start with you. As Armin was saying, he just said that the talent here is pretty remarkable, and that's what I keep hearing since I arrived here. And one of the things Vlad said, one of the main reasons Vlad from World Learning, one of the main reasons they decided to do this here is because the minds are great. But there are a lot of challenges and a lot of things that are harder to start. And I guess in the region, because Moldova, I guess it's kind of similar to Armenia in this sense, and not just Moldova, but Ukraine. I guess the Baltics are more ahead than us, but the challenges are pretty much the same. What do you think are the ones that are the main ones for Armenia, the ones that are specific to this country? Because, okay, money is one of them, and maybe, great managers is another one of them, but you have all this talent, and how come things are maybe not going the way you would want them to be? What are the specific problems for this country, you would say?
So, one of the very specific problems is the access to funding for the very early stage ones, like the scale of them. So there are a couple of projects which are implemented by a couple of organizations like CRDF grants, matching grants, etc. But the very early stage ones, like let's say the concept stage startups, still have not so much access to funding. Very small, let's say, micro funding, which, as an example, is very successfully implemented in Singapore, like it's called the helicopter money, when $5,000 or $2,000 are given to some university type of startups. So this is one thing, that there is no funding from the universities, okay? So the startups which are in the universities are trying to put their ideas there. They don't, let's say literally, they have no funding. The other is the connection between the industry and the university, I think. And like as an example,
They're disconnected?
not disconnected, but like what I saw in Stanford is like Twitter, for example, is bringing some research projects to the Stanford students. They do the project, and at the end, some VPs are investing in that project, and then they are doing an acqui-hiring of a couple of $1 million. So this is something that there is no in Armenia because there is no market, and there are not like hundreds of big companies. There are maybe like 10, 20, like 50, but there are not like hundreds or thousands of big companies who might have these type of research projects to bring into the universities to the students to somehow do them and then push them to the next level. And one thing I also, I'm sure is a challenge is the education, but it's some sort of a global challenge. Like the traditional education is not managing to supply the demand of the engineers and developers globally, and like Silicon Valley is taking everybody from Europe and from the world. And we will also feel this, and we feel the challenge here because there are more than 2,000 open positions, like officially due to like various studies, and it's a big challenge because there are almost 1.2, 1.3 thousand engineers and developers graduating each year, but the skill gap of 2,000 is there because the traditional education is not providing the skills the students have when they go out of the university and they are boom ready for the work to land the job. So that's why there are like a couple of projects who are trying to support this, but it's not the scale that we can provide, like the thousands. And I guess these are the main things I would like to mention.
Okay, I agree with the education thing. I don't know if it's a challenge like globally, but regionally for sure. And another thing is that I think that's why events like this are important, because I see them as educational, and people actually get the chance to hear people talk. I didn't know anything about most of my work that I do today. I didn't learn it in school because I did other things in school, and we had a lot of speakers abroad in Moldova that said that what they learn is they learned on themselves or from conferences or from talking to people, or they're just visiting talks and things like that. And I think this is a new form of education that's going to get more and more popular, because you aren't obligated to go. You don't get a diploma at the end of it, but you actually get to meet the people you are interested in listening to, and sometimes you can pay to listen to people talk, and this exchange of experiences is a great idea. But I wanted to ask you, you mentioned right now that Silicon Valley and big companies are stealing the talent. That's the main thing that's happening in Moldova, for example, because most of them are self-taught. The ones that are very good, in the most cases, either Adobe or Google or someone takes them away, and they go to Silicon Valley because they make more money and the opportunities are better, and they have easier access to funding and stuff like that. Do you think, is there a solution to all of this? Because of course Silicon Valley has more money and it has the money to buy the talent from the small countries. Do you think we can we do something about this, or is it a lost cause?
I think it's a very good question. I think it's a major challenge in all our countries. I think even in developed countries. I think that I think we should not stop the process that people want to leave the country. I think the major thing is, in any case, if you want to develop a global startup, you should be represented in that areas like Silicon Valley or others. Because on a daily basis, you need to feel the blood pressure of your market. Why Customer is opening offices here and there? Because they want to be represented on that market. Because one day, if you are losing this measuring blood pressure, your competitors will go. But I think there are different solutions to that issue. I think being there does not mean that all your company should be there. How to create the bridges that you have representation on that market, you are benefiting from that market, but your development team, your benefits, your revenue is staying in your country. This is one of the important things. First, I think we need to create an ecosystem here in our country's environment that these global startups are comfortable. They have an opportunity to raise enough money. It doesn't matter if it's a local VC or US VC or French VC, but they're representing in the market and they're investing in a local startup. Second, you should create an environment how frequently your startups head or representatives are representing and going to that market. I know two examples of the two countries which are doing a great job. One is Israel, another one is Ireland. They have projects like Connect Ireland or others, so they are replacing their startups for 3 or 6 months in that important areas or interesting areas like Silicon Valley. They are benefiting only CEOs, the whole company is staying in their country. They're benefiting from that environment, they're getting information or they're hiring a sales representative there. And also they're helping to their company to be in their market. The second major challenge, I think it will be difficult to fight against Silicon Valley and other such places. It's a large second or third round equity investment because all large VCs require that you should be next to them. We don't have these VCs in our country. If you want to raise more than $10 million or $10 million, they're required to be in a walking distance next to them. They wanted to see you every day or once a week. And this is requiring to open office there and also to hire CEO or another important representative there. This is more difficult task. But again, I think gradually they're keeping your company here and gradually the countries succeeded also to bring revenue to that country. As for the skill set, I don't think there is we need to be there to get these skills. You were right, now the whole technology changes is changing our education system. Now all universities are putting their educational curriculum online. So there is no need to go to MIT to get an access. Before I was going to MIT to get an access to that information or knowledge. This is now available online. So now if our countries will manage to create or to go in line with educational changes, to create these e-platforms or e-educational tools in our universities or our training centers, I think it will be easy to bring this old knowledge and information to our countries without moving to Silicon Valley or without moving to that market. Thank you.
One of the things that's been happening, in the last few years in Moldova, for example, more and more people started talking about how the IT sector in general can literally save that country that is collapsing right now. The problem with our economy is that the main thing is agriculture, and we are not very good at it, to be honest. And global warming happened, and we got everything. The temperature dropped below zero last October, so all the farmers lost all their year's work. And I was saying at my show that we are literally basing our economy on weather, and that's not a good idea. And IT is such a safe bet. It's such an investment, and it isn't going anywhere. It's clear at this point that it isn't going anywhere. And the main problem we have in that sense is corruption, because investors don't want to come to Moldova because of corruption, because of the bureaucracy. They would rather spend more money in a country like Romania or Poland. They would rather spend more money and face a few more challenges there, but in this case, they are sure that what people said is going to happen is going to happen. So I wanted to ask you, do you think we can go forward and move forward with developing this field without getting rid of corruption? Because I don't see how we can do that.
I don't think there's a choice. We have to go. Corruption. I was having this discussion yesterday with someone, and corruption is everywhere. Want it or not, we have that everywhere, whether it's in the US, Canada, Europe, etc. In this part of the world, it's a bit different. Nonetheless, how it affects technology startups is a bit different. I think we're in a situation where, in our particular case, raising funds initially, when we were telling other investors that we were going to come and establish ourselves in Armenia, it scared them, because it's not because of corruption necessarily, it's because unknown. They don't know Armenia that well, they don't know how big it is, what happens here, etc., etc. 2 years later, we've proven to some of these investors that have said no to us that we're able to come here, establish a very strong team, start a business that is on an international scale, and the core development was from here with challenges, but no major risks associated to it. So it's not impossible. I think it's just a question of surrounding yourself with the right people, having some local presence that can help you, and there's plenty. If you look around in Armenia, there's from the investors to the associations to EIF, for example, etc. They're all there to help and support, and you have to take advantage of it. So it is a scary thing. When we were coming here, my co-founders and I were questioning, are we sure about this? And once we got here and a few months into it, we realized that it was one of the smartest moves that we've done. It's helped us develop much more technology that we ever anticipated in this short amount of time, and on a bigger international scale. So just recently we became very close partners with Cisco and Intel. Something that I think had we stayed in London and trying to develop what we were doing, we probably would not have achieved it up to this point. So corruption is there, you should not be afraid of it. It will slowly be taken care of over time by the powers that be somehow. But as an entrepreneur, you're faced with so many challenges every day that are actually in your face. So for me, this corruption element was not something that we haven't experienced it yet. We've seen a few things here and there, but nothing that has affected us. And when it comes to technology, if you compare the corruption to how corruption can be applied in regular business versus technology, in the worst case scenario, we used to tell ourselves, if we have problems here, our code is elsewhere, we pack our bags, we leave. So this is not an option that should to stop, but at least I think that the corruption still does not affect, and I hope it won't, the technology sectors yet.
Okay, so you just said that it's kind of scary, but it's not impossible. I'm not saying it's impossible, but you said many times that there are challenges. And I'm guessing if I'm an investor, I would ask you, is it worth it though?
Absolutely. And again, it's proof points. When you go to an investor, you're raising money in order to achieve certain milestones. Okay, so everything that we've done so far, we started by raising small amounts, letting our investors know that we're going to reach this point by this time. And when you do that, they're impressed and they potentially give you more money or introduce you to other people, etc., etc. So the same thing applies. We came here for specific reasons. We had investors that were scared. Now we're talking to the same investors, and they're going to be visiting very soon just to see the ecosystem and see, okay, what did you guys do? How did you manage to do it? And we smelled something interesting there. Maybe we should come. And in addition to that, there's also some very popular companies in Armenia that have raised large sums of money in the past couple of years that is helping. So I was in Berlin not long ago talking to some investors, and categorically he told me, I don't invest in that part of the world. I don't understand it. It's not for me. And then I explained to him about a few companies, and he knew about those companies, but was not aware that they were necessarily started from here. So that changed the dynamic completely. I think it becomes a question of PR and marketing of the country, the ecosystem, and the more we do it, the better it will be. And that's what's happening. I've seen it in the past 2 years. Things have changed dramatically, and it's going forward. This is the important thing.
Amalia, yeah, please. I'll get back to you, Amalia, because I want to talk about education. But
This is
please.
an important topic. Just one example. Take India. Highest corruption in the world, and very developed IT sector. I think corruption definitely is an issue, but it's not like huge.
Yeah, but the sector, you use the word developed, interesting here, because the sector is not really helping the country that much. It's just helping the field. And that's the aspect I was talking about.
No,
You don't see many changes in the country per se, because the labor is cheap and the
Let's say, I don't know the Moldova statistics, but Armenia statistics, IT sector, by employment, the first Compared with other sectors, it's more than 50,000. Even in mining sectors, there are less.
No, but do you think it changes the country?
Of course, definitely changing the country. It's bringing not only employment, high salaries, but also high salaries are very important. Then it's bringing a culture that is saying, okay, if you are doing without corruption and survive sitting here in Armenia, there's no need to leave for Russia or for US to work here and there. And the last one, now IT is starting to pull other sectors. Now nobody can imagine any sector starting from, I don't know, TV, mass media, going to agriculture without IT. Even these e-payments, services, and etc. IT is starting to, IT is not, it's already not a sector, it's everywhere. And when you have these sectors developing this product in your country, some of them could be used, for example, what is MIT is doing. They're providing cloud solutions not for the global market, but for local SMEs. The major thing now that everybody is looking is skills. Nobody cares for corruption. If they find an appropriate skill set, they will go for that market.
I understand. Amalia? So, we have a saying, or I don't know, I have a saying that if in my country, I always say that if the government wants to help with something, the best thing they can do is stay out of it and do not get involved. Because if they do, they're going to mess it up. So, do you think when it comes to educating the young talent, should we get the government involved, the public sector, or should we only get help and money and resources from the private sector and keep the government out of it?
If they can help us, they should involve. Yeah, because now the IT is really very important field of Armenia, and now there are many positive changes towards developing education system so that more young people are motivated to come to high-tech field. So the government can bring more flexible curriculum, for example, in the education system, and also to bring more practical teachers, like new mentality in the education system. For example, building more practical way of teaching, not only the informatics, the standard subject that is taught in the schools. By the way, this is starting from the school. But for example, to build the smaller ecosystem starting from the school. When the children, already pupils, yes, young students, knowing that there are more than 2,000 job openings in the IT field in Armenia, this is the most highly paid job in our country, they are motivated to go to the field. They are motivated from the school. So together with EIF, we are brainstorming many ideas how to involve government to support in the process. By the way, according to the instruction from Prime Minister, with whom we recently met, by the way, it's very motivating to develop IT in the country and in the regions as well. We will prepare a good package of offers how to motivate government to support this process in education system. Because, as Baghdad mentioned, we are creating workspace in Armenia, bringing big branches of big companies, startup companies, and if they will not find any qualified specialists, qualified programmers, they will just close. Not because of corruption, but because of not finding required skills and required specialists.
I understand what you're saying, but that's not really involving the government in the way that I meant it, because in order for this to happen, the educators have to get it. They have to get it that this is important, and maybe important people from the field should talk to teachers and professors and educators in general and let them know that this is important, so they help students that are inclined to want to work in this field and help them. When I was saying government, I meant the laws, for example. I meant politics. I meant, yes, Artashes, please.
Looking back, all the very big success stories, whether it's education or social or business, so they were born from experiments, okay? So you cannot take what is working somehow or a little bit better or a little bit worse and try to improve it, because when you improve it, you can maximum improve it 5%, 10% or whatever, but you can never improve it 10 times. So whatever works, so we should ask this question to government. Are they ready to do experiments, small experiments with the education system, how Finland is doing? They just took 2 years ago and started to experiment the project-based education. So if you are now telling that subject A, subject B, they just you will not be on the same common language with them because they are now very heavily focused on project-based education. But they also started with experiments. They started to experiment in a couple of schools, then in a couple of cities, and then it scaled all over the country. And just a few weeks ago, they announced that their total education is going from project-based. So if the government is ready to do like small experiments, to take the risk of the failing, because there are going to be failures.
I guess the next logical question would be, is the Armenian government experimental in that way? Are they interested? Please.
First, I think you should not deal with education without government involvement for long term. Short term, any country can succeed on pilot. But the long term, could you imagine secondary education, K-12 and higher education? This is a big social burden which no any private investor is ready to continue to do it forever. I think the best, from Armenian example, we managed to create an environment to do the pilot jointly with the government, private sector and donors. So it's a risk sharing. We have an amazing project with the Armenian government, US government, and for example, Microsoft or Polytechnic or Synopsys and etc. So always we are bringing government, not a major partner, but a small partner, to be involved in this pilot. So they're observing it and starting to digest that it's possible, because education is risky because of politics, and you should be elected tomorrow, you should deal with education, you go to the villages, there are schools. And I remember 10 years ago there was a big debate in Prime Minister office. I was sitting and I was surprised. They have, for example, $1 million to invest in buying computers for the school or to renovate the roof of the school. Who wants to be elected is saying roof. Who are thinking the Minister of Economy for the future, who cares for the roof? Let's train these kids. So gradually, and with a small pilot, if you are involved in them, today we have a situation in Armenia. On December 15, after 3-4 days, we have a meeting with the Prime Minister to discuss the new challenges, what to change in education. If I would say we could have a similar meeting 10 years ago, no. But gradually, with a small pilot, with the involvement of multinationals, because of reputation, with the involvement of donors, for example, US government is doing an amazing job, World Bank and others, EU, you are doing risk sharing, and also, if the pilot succeeds, government immediately is taking and continuing and taking this inertia. Thank you.
Okay, but in this case, we kind of have to believe that the government means well. That's a challenge, though. Okay, let's talk about the region for a bit, because I don't know about here, but in Moldova, the people that I know from the sector always talk about regional. Let's get regional, let's go regional, let's try and work with Armenia, with Georgia, with Ukraine, with the Baltics. And I'm not from the field, so I don't know if this is exactly a good idea or not. Do you think working together as a region is possible? That's one, and can we succeed in that in general? Is working together as a region a better idea than working individually on the things on the challenges and things that we have in our countries?
I think it's must, especially in tech sector, because alone a small startup from Armenia, a small startup from Moldova, etc., trying to go to the big Silicon Valley, etc., their competitive advantages are small. But together, for example, they have a product, for example, for Armenian and Moldovan market. With the two partnerships, they are trying to use the capacity or test an environment of their markets. Tomorrow in the Silicon Valley, they are not showing the users in Armenia or users in Moldova, or they're showing the users in Moldova in Armenia. Then they are joining Georgia. We have startups now who have a very successful, for example, Gigi Taxi or Menu AM. They have a very interesting partnership in Iran, in Georgia, now in Belarus, tomorrow in Moldova. Here they are becoming larger and more attractive for future investors who is sitting in Silicon Valley or in China or somewhere else. I think this is must, and we should use such an environment to introduce to each other our startups, our companies, because together the benefits are obvious that they are becoming more competitive for the global market. especially if you are going to test local product for further expansion.
I mean, what do you think? Central Asia and Eastern Europe, do they have a chance of becoming a regional, like becoming a thing in the field? You know that.
Of course, I think so. It has to do with the entrepreneur mindset. At the end, an entrepreneur will do everything they can to be able to take their business to the next level. If that means to have to work with a partner or even a competitor to be able to move forward, you have to think strategically. So you have a vision, you set up your plan, and you move forward. So it's not an easy thing to do, and I keep on saying there's challenges, but starting a company is very challenging. If this is not what we were looking for, I would have a comfortable job somewhere else, having an interesting or very different life, but I'm up to the challenge. The people I work with are up to the challenge, and it's a constant battle, and we like this. And I think getting the regions together will have major benefits in order to move things forward on products, on companies, on reputation, on mindset, and also on talent. We're in a situation right now in Yerevan, in Armenia, that it's becoming a bit more difficult to hire. The talent is there, but there's a lot of companies that want it. And we're exploring regions, where else can we potentially hire people, maybe bring them here if we can, not necessarily outsource things, but I view that as a small step towards what you're explaining. And this is what Whitecaster is going to be doing. We're exploring where else we can find talented people.
Artashes, how do you do competition here? Because the problem, one of the main problems in Moldova is that we have a few people that are actually great thinkers and they do things kind of well and things are getting started for them, but they don't really work together because when they hear competition, they hear we must hate each other and they don't really work together. And they waste a lot of their energy of trying to outdo one another or get, I mean, it's not exactly healthy competition. How are things happening here in that sense? Are people working together even though they are technically competitors, or do you still have that Soviet mindset, that individualistic one, you know?
Well, in IT sector, it has changed really very dramatically, and people are more keen to be collaborative, to sit and talk with each other. Like, have you seen the talk of Peter Thiel that was about the competition is for losers? The very successful Armenian startups are not focused on doing something to beat the competition. They are doing something to bring the change rather than just only to beat the competition. Yeah, competition exists in business, and they need at some point to compete with each other, to get market share, to get the talent, of course. Like for Armenia, it's mostly for talent because there are very few startups who are competing on the same field, but in my opinion, like so far I've seen and talked with them, even the ones who are in the same field, mostly in like e-commerce or shared economy type of things. So they are very collaborative and even like trying to do some sort of campaigns or these type of things together in order to bring not only the awareness of their services, but the partner services, because at the end of the day, they are thinking strategically and they are thinking that things bundling works better. So this is like product-wise, they are thinking like this and they are mostly very collaborative.
Okay, so we're gonna, we wanted to do this panel for an hour, but because we started late, we are gonna finish this early. So, I mean late, but we are not gonna stay up here for an entire hour. And I just have one more question, but I would like each of you to answer it. So at the end of the day, we need to, you know, have a plan, I guess, for the future, or you need to have one. So I was curious, what do you think is the main thing the sector should be focused on right now? Because of course, there's a lot of things to do, but what is the main thing everybody should focus on? Where does the field start growing bigger and getting better? What is the main thing you should focus on? What do you think, Armin?
Hello. So, from what I've seen in the past 2 years, again, we talked about talent. plenty of talent to go around, but I think there's.
Okay, just take my microphone.
Thank you. There's one element that's important, and there's one of business mindset and entrepreneurship. I think this is part of weakness that I've seen in this country. They can build great products, but they don't necessarily know how to sell them and how to go about selling them. And in my view, what I've seen, a lot of practical education and real education has to be brought forth in regards to that. So great, you can build a product, it's fantastic, it works well, but do you know how to sell it? And 2 years ago when I came, I mentioned earlier, we were part of we received the match grant fund from EIF, and I presented there, and I saw other companies present. And over the past 2 years, just the presentation skills of how to position themselves, how to bring their startup to a level that could be at the international level, it is phenomenal. And I'm proud of seeing this because I've seen how small it was and how it grew. And that's the element that I think is sort of lacking here and needs to be taught somehow, whether it's practical through mentorship or having access to people that can identify what is missing in your business. But it's business. This is the element that I think is a bit weak in the tech.
Business mindset.
Business mindset, absolutely, yeah.
Thank you, Amalia.
Our country is really on the way to become very good developed IT hub in the world. And thankfully, the investment was done on the raw material that we have trained, and we are with all the goals to move forward. What I want to see in the field is that all these solutions, products that are developed by Armenian talented people are mainly exported. We hope that one day, all these solutions and all these products will be highly demanded in IT market in Armenia. And with the support of government, being motivated, all other fields, agriculture, education, transportation, all these fields once we use IT products, IT solutions developed in-house, right in the market. This is the challenge. Thank you.
Skills is the first in my list, but I will talk about number two, which is multinationals. I think we, not only in Armenia, in all our countries, we need to bring multinationals to our country, because by bringing them, we are bringing all this knowledge, and we are not starting from zero level. Our startups, our companies, our educational establishments, continuing from that level that these companies absorb from all over the world. By bringing a Microsoft through Innovation Center, this all technologies available for our startup. So our startup is starting to think about the future, or by national instrument or many others. I think this should be a policy of our associations, governments, private sectors, how we can make our countries attractive for these multinationals to come and bring all this knowledge, all this skill set to our countries, which is helping us a lot, especially in tech sector, to work for the future product and to be more competitive, not only in region but also globally in the world.
So I guess everything was said. I would just add networking, creating networking opportunities for the startups in order to showcase their product or like themselves as persons, okay, as founders in more developed, like in Silicon Valley, okay, so as they get connected with potential partners, investors, etc., especially if they are doing something which is related to global market and which is related to that part of the world.
Thank you. Thank you everybody for the talk. I hope some of you got something out of it. If you have any questions towards our speakers, I didn't ask them in advance, but I guess you can talk to them and ask them yourselves, because we, as I said, are running a bit late. So we're going to take a break now. There's coffee and tea there. There are some snacks, I guess. I don't see them, but I guess they're there. So take a break, and please be in your seat by 11 o'clock, so this time we are on time. Thank you very much, and enjoy your coffee. Thank you very much for coming.
Success story.
Anna or someone, our speakers need some help with technology here. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for being kind of on time. So we are going to start with our speakers. The way we're going to do it, we're going to listen to one of them, then the second one, and then we are going to ask questions. If any of you have questions, you can ask them yourselves, or if you don't, I'm going to be asking the questions. So there's going to be two speakers and a short kind of panel or a short Q&A with them, because they are kind of speaking on related topics. So I really hope that works. We're gonna hear from our first speaker. He's from Atlanta, Georgia. His name is Samuel Adams, right? I got it right. Thank you. Is the company called Invest Atlanta? That's the name. So please welcome Samuel Adams from Invest Atlanta. Thank you.
Thank you all for having me here. I appreciate it. So again, my name is Sam Adams. I'm with Invest Atlanta. We are the economic development agency for Atlanta, Georgia, or as I've been told, the other Georgia. Again, for us, as an economic development agency, our main job is to address a lot of the problems that we heard earlier, which really, how do we retain our top talent in Atlanta? How do we create jobs for our students that are coming out of university? And how do we attract multinationals to relocate in Atlanta? So just a little bit of background. Atlanta is the 9th largest metro in the United States. We're located in the southeastern section of the country in Georgia. Some few stats if you wanted to get from Atlanta to Yerevan. It's actually quite easy, particularly if you want to walk. It doesn't take very long. I was gonna, and my speech is really more focused on what can the government do to help support startups. And I was originally thinking I was going to speak much later in the day and you would all be sick and tired of hearing about startups, so I was going to talk on something else, but a little bit about us and a little bit about our ecosystem before we dive in. Atlanta is actually smaller than Yerevan. We're about 500,000 people with a much larger metro around us. So the vast majority of our workers actually come in from places other than Atlanta. We have roughly 250,000 students. So very similarly, we've got a large group of tech talent in Atlanta that we're looking to keep in the city and make sure that they are prosperous locally as opposed to going elsewhere. And to set the stage, we are not, we're not Silicon Valley. We are a much smaller area in terms of entrepreneurship. We're much smaller in terms of entrepreneurship. Our ecosystem is really taken off in the last probably 3 to 5 years. We have a long history of entrepreneurship in our ecosystem, but again, the growth that we've seen in the last 4 to 5 years has been monumental compared to what we've seen in previous decades. So a little bit of background, the state of Georgia and Atlanta in general are extremely easy to do business in. We pride ourselves on being able to attract multinational corporations. We really pride ourselves on our job placements and, again, the amount of tech talent that's in the city. So consistently, we are ranked as one of the best cities in at least the U.S. to do business in. And we're home to the 3rd largest grouping of Fortune 500 companies in the country. So again, that puts us in the ranks of New York and Los Angeles in terms of large multinationals that are based in Atlanta. And so, initially that's really a great thing when you start to think about what would you want as part of a entrepreneurial ecosystem. You want big multinationals that will then engage with your smaller firms. And yet, when it comes to the number of startups that we're seeing in Atlanta, when it comes to startup rankings, Atlanta is consistently not in the top 5, the top 10 slots. And really we've had to question, why is that? We've got 65 co-working spaces. We've got one of the top 3 engineering schools in the country, one of the top 5 in the world in our backyard. We're the home of Delta and Coca-Cola. So as you start to piece these things together, on the face it would seem that we should be a much bigger startup ecosystem than we actually are. And so despite the fact that we've seen incredible growth over the last few years, we're still not breaking into that top sector. And what we've had to do is kind of look inward and reevaluate. What is it that Atlanta wants to be as a tech city? What is it that Atlanta wants to be as an entrepreneurial community? And what is it that we can do to either focus on building ourselves up in sort of entrepreneurial rankings and places for entrepreneurs, or is it something else that we need to focus on? So the question really is, how do we differentiate Atlanta from locations like Silicon Valley, like Austin, Texas, like New York, like Denver, Colorado? These are, and we tend to compare ourselves with Austin, Denver, and an area called the Research Triangle, which is just north of us in North Carolina. Again, home to top tech talent, much like Yerevan, but again, all areas of growth for startups. We've set aside the idea that we don't want to be Silicon Valley. And that was an important learning for us, that trying to chase the concept of being the best in the world, the best in the country, is probably not a reasonable goal for us to set at this stage. At this point, we really want to make sure that we're better every year that we can be, and that we're making sure that we're competing with some of the second-tier institutions or second-tier ecosystems that we consider. And so instead of addressing the problem of how do we become Silicon Valley, we're really more focused on how do we find the opportunities that we have to be a better ecosystem than we were the year before. So I put this together thinking that there were going to be a lot of folks that were going to talk about what makes a great entrepreneurial ecosystem all morning, and you guys are tired of hearing that. But I think again, when you look at it, it starts with talent. It starts with having brilliant engineers, brilliant coders who want to do good work. If you don't have that, it's going to be really hard to build out any sort of community or any sort of ecosystem. So for a startup city, it really needs to start with talent. Then you layer on access to capital, whether that's in venture funding, whether that's in wealthy net individuals, whether that's in government grants, loans, bootstrapping. I mean, really, we've seen that a lot of startups have been successful without huge access to capital. But I think everybody in the room would agree that the more money that's around, the easier it can be to be successful. And then, most important, what sets Tier 1 ecosystems apart is really going to be focused on culture. When you look around the world at the top startup towns, when you look at Silicon Valley, when you look at Amsterdam, when you look at London, when you look at Berlin, when you look at Tel Aviv, these cities have all built a culture around being startups. They've built a community of startups that get together and push each other forward. I think we heard about it earlier, about the idea of competition. I think in the startup world, it's healthy competition is healthy, but cooperation helps everybody. There's a sense in a lot of the ecosystems that I've seen and I've studied that if one does well, everybody does well. And particularly in a situation like in Armenia, building out the ecosystem, getting recognition for what's happening here is beneficial to everybody. So we heard earlier that somebody was having a hard time raising funds because the investor wasn't familiar with the Armenian culture and the Armenian scene when it comes to startups. And they said, well, look, here's who's been successful there. And they said, oh, I didn't know that was based in Armenia. When one startup succeeds in Atlanta, when one startup succeeds in Armenia, the rest benefit from that sense. And so that sense of cooperation and competition in healthy balance is really what we've found to contribute to startup culture. And celebrating the idea that startups are a massive driver of jobs, they're a massive driver of high wages, and again, really they're going to be part of the next wave of the digital economy. Throughout all that, there's and I don't know if it was touched on earlier, but there's the concept of mentorship. That in some of the best ecosystems, the folks that have come before, the folks that have been successful in business, come back to give back to the startup community. A lot of folks are brilliant coders, they're brilliant, really great at creating a product, but maybe they don't necessarily have the talent in terms of sales. So the question then becomes, can you look to folks who have been successful in that marketplace in sales to then help you with your startup? So giving back in the community is huge. And again, looking at the folks that have been before really helps to demystify perhaps where your startup is going and what can be done. we've had to look at ourselves and say, how do we differentiate between our startup community and other startup communities? And the idea, again, was let's think about what we're focused on. And we're actually not trying to say we're a startup city, we're trying to say we're a smart city. And what that means for us is are we leveraging data? Are we creating systems that collect and disseminate data to give us a better option to make better informed decisions? And so there's a difference in building a great startup city and building a smart city in our mind. And the smart city's been the way that we're attracting startups. So really for us, when starting to think about how do we build a smart city, it starts with a shared vision. If you don't have a clear vision of what you as an ecosystem or you as a city want to do, you're all pulling in different directions. You can't really help one another. Once you've got that shared vision, then it's really layering on the assets that can get you there. What is it that you're going to work with? So in a lot of cases in startups, it's capital, it's talent. But for us, it's really going to be more tangible assets, and I'll get into that in a little bit. And then at the top of the pyramid, really what's going to set us apart as a smart city is going to be the support that we see from the other players in the industry. So, similar to building a startup ecosystem, we need to gather everybody that's interested in creating a smart city. We need to bring them together around a shared vision. We need to work on mutual assets, and we need to support one another. So, when it comes to setting that vision, you really need to bring all of the players together. And so I think we touched on it earlier, but I think government does have a large role, particularly in the smart city space. A lot of the startups that we're seeing are building smart city applications and smart city products and services that work very, very closely with government assets. So that's roads, bridges, things like stoplights, things that are going to be using government-funded projects. So if you don't have the support of the government, particularly in the smart city space, you're really fighting an uphill battle. So what we found is that we needed to get city government, economic development, and our corporate players to start to think in one sort of unified world. What does a smart city look like for the city of Atlanta? What is it that we can do with these three players to start to build that smart city effort that will then attract startups? And one learning that we've had here is that you really do need to get buy-in from the top. So as we've been crafting our smart city strategy, that meant going directly to the mayor and saying, the mayor of Atlanta, we believe that smart cities is a way to bring startups to Atlanta, it's a way to keep our talent here, and it's a way to bring multinationals here. And so you start at the top, but a pretty key learning was you don't stop there. You start at the top, you get buy-in from the top, and then you keep going. So it would be really easy for us to have the mayor say, yes, I agree with that, that seems like a great idea. Go and execute. But what we needed was buy-in from not only the mayor, but the people that own the assets. So the folks that actually build roads, the folks that maintain our streetlights and our traffic systems. We needed everybody to be on board in terms of city government. And then similarly, we needed the economic development team, the folks that try and provide the taxes, the grants, the incentives to our multinationals to also agree this is the direction that we want to go in. And then finally, bringing in our corporate players to say, this is the vision that we're setting forth, and we want to work with you to execute on it. And so building that public-private partnership where you're saying, the city of Atlanta, along with a lot of the multinationals that we have here, are all pulling in the same direction. And crafting what that means and specifically where you want to put forward effort is pretty crucial. And I'll come back to these slides in a little bit with an example. But once you've established your shared vision, it's really going to be important to then say, okay, if this is the overarching strategy, what are the specific projects that we want to work on? And what we did was we actually put together a series of projects and then had to go through and say which ones are most attainable, which ones are most practical, and which ones can have the biggest impact in the areas that we're trying to solve for. So I think this is also analogous to what startups go through. You need to focus on what is it that you can do really, really well. There were more projects than we probably could tackle in a lifetime. So the question was, which ones are going to be the most important for us to focus on first? And then the idea is, how do we plug startups into this? So from the beginning, our shared vision has always been, as we build a smart city, we're doing this to help incentivize the attraction of startups and be able to bring startups into this program. So we're not just looking at pairing cities and multinationals to build a new bridge. We're saying, what can we do as we build a bridge that can bring in startups? What can we do as we're starting to set the vision for our city that's going to involve startups from the beginning? So a case study for us was, oftentimes in government, I think we heard about it earlier, you have to choose between, are we going to buy the computers or are we going to fix the leaking roof? And truth be told, the computers are a lot sexier. Helping students is a lot sexier than fixing the roof. Everybody's, what are you doing with my tax dollars? We stopped the roof from leaking. Nobody really cares. So in Atlanta, we had $1 billion backlog of infrastructure needs. That means that our streets were crumbling, our lights weren't synchronized, our street lights were out. We turned them off because they weren't working properly. So our mayor actually said, look, one of our most critical areas under my administration is going to be fixing our infrastructure. Now, $1 billion is a lot of money, and we didn't have $1 billion. So what we did was we went to the bond market and we said we're going to take 25% of that and we're going to work on that. And we're going to set a precedent for if Atlanta wants to be a smart city, we have to fix the city first, and we'll build the smart layers into this as we go forward. And so it was really the impetus for our smart city effort was this $250 million infrastructure bond, where we said, look, you're going to have to fix the roads anyway. But what if while we were fixing the roads, we could layer in tech? And we could layer in tech that we could then leverage to work with our startups to say, now that this tech is installed, what can we do with it? How can we make this interesting as a tech community and as a tech city? So for us, again, as we're building our bridges, as we're fixing our roads, as we're upgrading our lights and our systems, the question has always been, how do we build startups into these types of systems? So as we're building bridges, we're actually putting in sensors that are measuring stress, so that we have data that tells us how many cars have gone over that bridge. What's the cumulative weight that's going to cross that bridge over the next day, week, month, year? And how does that help us inform when we can go fix the bridge before it collapses, saving us money and making sure that we're providing a safe city? And what we're looking to startups to do is to take that data, monitor it, mine it, and say, look, based on the data that you've got, here are the solutions that we think we can do. Here's a data visualization of the impact on bridges. These are the type of things where we could have just poured concrete, built the bridge, and walked away. But by starting to think about where we can partner with not only the bridge builders, but people that are going to use the bridge and the startups that are in the city that the bridge is for, we're starting to create an opportunity for our startups to work and to sell work to the government. A particular project I think is really interesting is lights. So the city of Atlanta, I'm going to just check that out. City of Atlanta needed to upgrade its light system. That was a $7 million project. But if we added $500,000 to make those lights IoT connected, all of a sudden we can control our lights from a centralized location. That offers us the opportunity then to work with our startups who work in the IoT space and say, look, we've built a system now that you can interact with. Show us now that we have this new asset, what can be done with it and what we can do with your tools, with your services. So we're now starting to launch hackathons with our IoT connected infrastructure that says, instead of a hackathon to make government procurement easier or to make paying your bills simpler, things that again are functional but not necessarily sexy. How can we do functional and sexy at the same time? How can we take our lights and say, if we gave you access to our code, if we gave you access to the IoT infrastructure, what can be done and what can the startups do? So again, we're really trying to make sure that as we build out our systems in the city, we're keeping startups at sort of the forefront of our thinking, creating systems that our startups can work with, and looking at the city as a system of systems with startups essentially bolted onto each of our major projects. And so the question earlier was, can government help startups? I don't think a government is ever going to make a startup successful, but we can certainly keep startups from succeeding. And so smart cities and smart city technology and the thinking around how to build smart cities is the way that the city of Atlanta is focused on creating a more tech-driven economy, one that's putting startups at the center and providing a long-term sales cycle for startups to sell to government. Thanks.
think my microphone isn't working.
Yeah.
How about this one? Okay, this one does. I think it needs batteries or something. Thank you. Okay, so again, for those of you that have questions, you will be able to ask them in like 20 minutes or so. We'll see how we do on time. We're going to listen to Miss Yukari Iwatani Kane now. She's an author and a journalist from San Francisco. I met her earlier this year. She's very interesting, so please listen to her.
Hi. To tell you a little bit about myself, I've been a tech journalist for about 15 years. I actually started when, if anybody remembers, Nokia had the candy bar phone. I was at Reuters, and none of the veteran journalists were interested in writing about cell phones because they didn't understand it. I've spent most of my career in San Francisco, as well as covering communications in Chicago and tech industry in Tokyo. The last 8 years I've been in San Francisco. I covered Apple for a long time. I was the lead reporter for the Wall Street Journal, which is a business paper in the U.S. During Steve Jobs' last few years. And then I wrote a book about the leadership transition and what happens to a company when an iconic leader like Steve dies, and the transitions and challenges and the changes that happen in a company. I'd be happy to answer questions about Apple. Today I thought I'd focus on some of the entrepreneurs I've gotten to know over time. Covering Apple is a big company, but I was also doing that when Apple first came out with the App Store. And so that just created an explosion of startups and entrepreneurs, and I wrote many stories about them. And I thought I'd focus on three that I've gotten to know over the years. They're three of the smartest guys I know. They're not Steve Jobs yet. They're still young. They're in their 20s and 30s. And I thought that a good way is to tell you about their stories and the lessons that they learned. And in doing so, you'll get an idea of the startup culture and experiences they come from, and just what the journey is like for these guys. So, to start. Okay, so meet Krishna Subramanian. He's 35 years old. He actually originally intended to go to medical school. He's not he didn't go study engineering. He was in a research lab in New York and doing what he called random stuff at night. You guys probably understand that, creating websites, just tinkering around. And he decided eventually that he wasn't really interested in medical school, that he wanted to become an entrepreneur. And he had the occasion to connect with a guy, Gurbash Chahal at Blue Lithium, which was an online advertising network startup. And this was in San Francisco in 2004, and Gurbash became his mentor. And the first lesson he learned from that was that having the right mentors is critical. It helps give you perspective, and they don't have to be someone that's necessarily like-minded. It doesn't even have to be somebody at a startup. He was telling me that his trainer at the gym had some good ideas and some good feedback about what he was trying to do. It's just about having smart people around you that can give you honest feedback. And so, what he asks himself is, who are the people that can push him better? Who are the people that should be a part of his inner circle? Eventually he left Blue Lithium, and he and two of his friends, who are also Indian American, decided to go to India and create a startup called Burr. And it was India's version of Yelp, essentially. And I think that did pretty well. It got acquired. He pulled out of that because he decided he didn't want to live in India, he wanted to be in San Francisco. And the next idea that he came up with was called Mobflix. And this is when I met Krishna, because this was right after the App Store started, and he was in the he was in the advertising space, and it started as an analytics platform for app developers, so trying to help them understand who was downloading their apps, etc. And what he eventually realized was that people didn't care about that. You know, that wasn't something that they wanted to spend money on. And so he changed the business model to an ad exchange network. And so this was where he had a second lesson, which was, you know, be ready to pivot and be flexible. If the market isn't jumping onto your original idea, have the flexibility to change and change really quickly. This was a bootstrap operation. They raised $1 million mostly from angel funders. And they didn't even really have money to pay their employees. So they came up with an interesting strategy, which was you hire employees, they worked for 3 months for free, and then they started getting paid, plus get some equity in return. So that's how they figured out how balanced their need for employees versus the money that they didn't have. And it was so, you know, he admits that it was painful sometimes because, you know, when you're trying to hire people for free, you're not going to get the top talent. But it worked. And you know, one of the things they tried was they tried hiring engineering teams in places like India and Kiev. What they realized was that innovation never happens with offshore teams. That you need to build teams, and they should ideally be in the same place. With his current startup, which I'll talk about in a little bit, it's interesting because his main team is in Minsk. So he's based in San Francisco, but his main team is in Minsk. But he does make sure that they fly in very often, so they stay as a team. He says that he found that when you try to just offshore parts of your business without doing that, it just doesn't work. They're good. It's good if you have specific assignments, specific needs, and so this Mobflix ended up getting acquired by Velty, which was I think actually a Scandinavian company for $50 million. And the next lesson came right there, which was that you know, he realized that you have to think about the acquisition and the structure of your deals. You know, when you're trying to build a startup, you think about the acquisition, you don't think beyond it, and he really realized that you have to think beyond it. You know, are you going to take the lump sum, or are you going to earn out at the company, or are you going to stay for a year or so to help them continue the business? You know, they had offers from Microsoft, they had offers from AdKnowledge, and they eventually went with Velty because they liked Velty's plan to go public. What they didn't realize was that the public doesn't understand ad exchanges, and Velty did go public, but then they went out of business. They filed for bankruptcy. So they left Velty. They started bouncing ideas around. Tried lots of crazy ideas. You know, something that had to do with Bitcoin, offline analytics at retail, automated marketing, and one of the things they realized there was that, you know, if you put a couple of smart people in the room, you can poke holes at anything. And so don't try to be too calculating. You know, sometimes you just have to go for it. One of the ideas that they had thought of was an Indian version of Tinder, and where girls would pick a charity and the guy would have to pay to donate before they could get a date. And another lesson there, which was that, you know, ideas are easy, but launching is tough. And so they just never followed through. Eventually, they settled on Captivate, which is a marketing company for Snapchat, Instagram, Vine. And this time, one of the things that they decided to do that came from learning from Mobflix was they raised $2 million in institutional investors. And the reason why they did that was because they can open doors. You know, it's everybody likes the idea of bootstraps, but institutional investors make it easier to get meetings sometimes. And so this was the same team that built Mobflix, a guy named Sunil and Vishal. And when they had Mobflix, they didn't really have assigned roles. They were all co-founders. And this time they did, just because they realized that it's really important to have designated roles and responsibility, so there's accountability. So Krishna is the CEO, Sunil is the COO, and Vishal is the CTO. And so that's how they work together. One of the things he said to me, I met with him right before I left, and he said, starting a company isn't easy. You guys probably all figure that out. And he said, being an entrepreneur is not for anyone. And so one of the things you should think about is that, is it better to be the number 6 person at Snapchat or the number 1 person in your own startup? So that was an interesting perspective. Figure out where you fit. Okay, so this is to meet AJ Panagaria. And he spent 5 years at in the BSMS program in computer engineering, which is very prestigious. He and his friends actually worked day jobs while they created a startup. This was in the pre-App Store days when there was no App Store, and the iPhones didn't even have Flash. So they created this idea for an app that had Flash, but also let you touch anywhere on the screen, so it's easier to take photos. And it did really well. It was it was a bootstrap operation, $1,000. The 3 of them put in $1,000 each to create this company. They originally had an idea for hardware. They quickly tossed it aside because they realized that the software was more interesting to people. They had 90,000 downloads in 24 hours at the unofficial App Store, because there wasn't an App Store then. And then they ended up making enough money. I think they said they made about $200,000 off of this, which was, if you have a day job, it's not bad. And one of the things that they learned was that even though it didn't make them a ton of money, the success from this and the publicity that they got from this opened doors from them and what they're doing in the future. Since then, 2 of them started another app called Card Munch, which was a contact app. That got bought by LinkedIn. They haven't disclosed how much it is. If I remember correctly, my suspicion was that they probably made about $10 million, thereabouts. So that wasn't bad. AJ is interesting because he is he's back to a day job. He's back to working at Lonely Planet, and right now he's looking for new startup ideas. And the way he's doing that is he's just talking to lots of people, getting involved in things, helping out in other people's projects, just to stay aware. And one of the things that he really believes is that you really need to be on trend and know what's going on, so you can leap into it. This is Ari. I met him actually when he was 14 years old. He created a hack for the iPhone so you could to jailbreak it. I don't know if anybody ever tried downloading iJailbreak way back when a few years ago, but he was 15 years old when he did that. And he had a fascinating story because he wanted to be an entrepreneur since he was 7. And so his first business was a card game, and he quickly ran across a problem because he had limited distribution when he was 7. Right now, he's a Teal Fellow. His company, DeskConnect, has done really, really well. Apple chose it as, highlighted his app. But the important thing to know there was that, it's probably, he's only 22, but it's probably his 20th business idea, his 4th or 5th company. and so he, he's been around, even though he's young. His latest app, which is called Workflow, sold over 100,000 copies, and that helped them provide funds initially. As a Teal Fellow, he got $50,000 a year for 2 years, but it's still, not a ton of money. And so, one of the things that, if you look at all of them, they share some qualities, right? You don't have to be a billion-dollar company. You can create a company that will make the founders comfortable. You don't want to be afraid of failure, take risks, pivot, be willing to change your business model. They all really emphasize putting together a good team of people that you trust and who share the vision that you do. And then, one of the things that Ari said was, you have to develop the hard skills to do everything yourself, because the only way a bootstrap operation works is if you don't have to hire people and you can do it yourself. And so education becomes really important. The other thing that, I didn't talk about, but I wanted you to notice was that, I met all three of them when I was at the Wall Street Journal, and they caught my eye. Ari's case is a little bit different, but Krishna and AJ were two of what I called the brain trust. They were guys who were really accessible to me, who helped me think about ideas. I tested story ideas on them. They helped me explain some complex ideas, and as a result, they've all been in the Wall Street Journal. Ari's been on the front page. Krishna, I called regularly, and AJ we did at least one story on Snapchat Labs as well. And so, remember, marketing and communications can be important. It's free publicity. And then finally, I just wanted to, I had videos. The video didn't quite work, so it's an audio message, but I have 2 audio messages from these guys for you with some tips. So we'll run the first one. First one's short. It's by Ari.
Hi, my name is Ari, and one thing I've learned is that if you build something and it doesn't work out, learn as much as you can and try building something else.
Okay, and the second one is from Krishna. Okay, go.
Hi, my name is Krishna Subramanian. I'm an entrepreneur out in the Bay Area in Silicon Valley. I've started a few advertising companies that have been successful and have been acquired. A couple of pieces of advice for you guys. One, when you're looking at building a company, focus on one thing and do it really, really well. Having that key focus and being laser sharp is going to make you even more successful. Number 2, find the right mentors, because mentors give you perspective across all different areas of your company and your life, and having that right support system is extremely valuable. And last but not least, make sure you have an iron gut when you're out here. The wins are going to be absolutely amazing as you're building a company, and the losses are going to hurt so bad. So you have to be really strong, regardless of what your competition is doing. Stay focused, and you'll be successful.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gary. Please take a seat on the couch, because I'm going to ask you, actually, you and Sam, a few questions. Thank you for that. Okay, so the first thing, I guess, that I want to ask is, Samuel, you said, you gave all these examples of all these cities that have built a culture around startups. And I think that's a great idea, but because this is a relatively new field, the set of rules is not exactly clear yet, is not exactly established. And it even matters from country to country, from culture to culture, from government to government, and so on and so forth. So I guess my question is it a better idea for the IT sector to build maybe its own set of rules that work everywhere, no matter the culture, the culture of the people, or do we adjust it, or do you adjust it based on, I don't know, all these factors?
Culture is one of the toughest things to build, and I think that it has to be organic, it has to be customized to the localized area. Trying to be somebody else, trying to be another ecosystem won't work. But learning from other ecosystems, learning from other startup cities, and taking what you do like about that can be really helpful. So, a prime example is in the Atlanta ecosystem, we heard that folks in Chicago were watching we have a startup show called Shark Tank, where startups pitch to investors and it's televised. And so the Atlanta community decided that they wanted to do what Chicago was doing and meet up in specific bars to watch Shark Tank together. So, despite the fact that a lot of entrepreneurs were interested in the show, they really wanted to do it as a community, and they heard that was happening up in Chicago, and so they replicated that. But they did it in their own space. They organized it naturally with something that somebody from Chicago came down and did in Atlanta. And so I think that taking the pieces of culture that you're interested in and applying them here in the local market is really important. I think a huge component of startup culture is just it's celebrating people's wins. It's being supportive of other startups that are trying to do the same thing, and that sense of you're not doing it alone. There is a startup community in Yerevan that's focused on it. There's a startup community in Moldova that's trying to better everything. I think that's the critical part is that you feel supported by it.
Okay, you got it. So did Silicon Valley get it right? We should all learn from them and copy what they did, or maybe we should keep looking?
That's a hard question to ask. Yeah, they got it right because they're so successful, but does that mean that everybody should try to replicate Silicon Valley? And I think that answer is absolutely no. The Valley has a lot of advantages. The country's universities are cater to them, are trying to feed entrepreneurs to them. Stanford University is right there in Palo Alto. They have an entrepreneurship program for students. They're actively trying to help support student-built companies. There's a lot of money there. There's a lot of information, network. That's really, again, as Sam just said, it's hard to build that culture. But then it doesn't mean that you can't take advantage of Silicon Valley. And I think that one of the things that Silicon Valley is less good at, if you will, is looking outwardly. It's very Silicon Valley centric. It's very U.S. centric. The advantage that entrepreneurs outside of the market have, or outside of the country have, is that they have a better worldview, and maybe and it's a big market.
Hello. I have one more question for each of you, but please keep the answer short. It's an important one. Failure. In this region, people start something. If it doesn't go right, they just give up once and for all. As far as I know, and as far as I've been told, the big difference between this and the American way is that you teach people that failure is good, and you see failure as a learning opportunity, and you just keep moving. How do we teach people that? Because a lot of people, I know personally, a lot of people that have gave up because one thing didn't go as planned.
I think that looking at almost anything that's been successful, and keeping this in mind is that somebody failed a lot before they got it right. Not to use the overused idea, but Thomas Edison built 900 bulbs that didn't light up until the last one did. And so the idea really being that startups, much like hard science, you were experimenting. You're trying different things. You're trying to put pieces together in different ways just to find one that works. And so, your first startup may not work. If you try and build something again, you've got to experiment to find success.
Thank you.
It's hard, and I understand because some of it is structural. I spent some time in Japan where failure is not as accepted, and so even if you might be okay with failure, people evaluate that, and so it takes the big corporations, the people that work at the big corporations, understanding people around you, understanding the change in culture that has to happen. But the important thing I think is to just study the other entrepreneurs and really know how much they've tried. I think you saw with my examples that they've all tried so many times. Ari is 22, but this is his 20th idea. Krishna and AJ are all the same, and they're still trying. So keep them in mind and take strength from that and inspiration. You have to stay strong, as Christian said.
Thank you, Kari. Thank you, Samuel. Thank you. Thank you very much. We're going to move on, and we're going to listen to Miss Agata Kukwa. She's from Poland, and she's going to talk about the startup ecosystem in Eastern and Central Europe. Please give her a welcome.
Thank you very much. So, are you having a good time here, everyone? Okay, let's do this once again. I'm sure you can do it better. So are you having a good time here, everyone?
Yes!
That was much better. Why are you laughing?
That was such a bored game.
It still was better than the first one. Like, just leave that.
I think that you should try it one more time. Get the more excited.
Okay, are you having a good time, everyone? Awesome. That's in the range of awesome. Okay. So you know what I'm gonna talk about. I hope I will meet your expectations. Do I know how it is? Is that? So I have I will ask you to do a favor for me. I'm really addicted to social media and I really like to brag about me on stage. So if you have your smartphone with you connected to internet, please take a picture of me on stage. And you can tweet it to me. We have a hashtag, ChiComNet. My Twitter account is given there and I would be super glad so I can retweet it, repost it and stuff like that. Thank you. My name is Agata. I'm an entrepreneur. I specialize in online communications in early stages of brand management. I got into startup industry as a communications director in one of the Polish VCs, Blackbirds VC, where I learned everything I know right now, most stuff I know right now about VCs, investments, startups, and so on. I work as an economic expert for National Center for Research and Development in Poland. I help them to assess applications of scientists and entrepreneurs who want to commercialize scientific research. I'm Global Startup Weekend facilitator from last month. I'm super excited about that. I love Startup Weekend. I hope do you have Startup Weekend in Yerevan? So that's awesome. You're such an energetic audience. I'm co-founder and communications leader of 150seconds.com. It's an online magazine featuring startups and tech industry in general in Central Eastern Europe. If you would like to contribute, please let me know. We are actively looking for contributors in many countries. We have people in 17 countries right now. So if you would like to write about your community here, startups in Armenia, please drop me a message on social media and I will be happy to connect with you. So, I'm supposed to say something how we can creatively cooperate in CUE region. Did you meet with a word competition before? I'm not surprised. The first time I heard this word was about 3 or 4 years ago when I've been working with one of the clusters in Poland and they got a huge EU grant and of course it was kind of EU word definition of something. And I thought that it sounds like real bullshit, like competition. Oh my god, that's a word which does not exist. But then I went through some reading and tried to apply this word into a real life. And I found out that it's not so weird and it actually may apply in what we're trying to do with startup industry here in Central Eastern Europe. So competition is basically cooperation and competition combined together. If you are paying attention to my presentation, you see that the colors on the slide go into Armenian flag. So if you ever thought about cooperating and competing at one time, it may seem not really doable. But this is the only way how we can actually move in startup industry and tech industry in general in this region. When we compete with each other as a countries, it's actually not very effective, let's call it that way. We don't have an experience in entrepreneurship in general. Like our entrepreneurship history is like 30, 40 years old. That's nothing when we compare it to Silicon Valley experience or American experience in general. So we don't want to be silly and try to compete in a field that we are not really experienced in. When we cooperate, on the other hand, what I noticed in Central Eastern or Eastern Europe is that we go into the trap of non-profit cooperation. We don't like to talk about money. I don't know if it's the same in Armenia. It's my first time here, but in Poland or the eastern countries I visited so far, we are kind of hesitating when it comes to talk about money, especially when it comes to talk about money with our partners. And it should be kind of obvious that it is about money, it is about profit. So the competition model brings us into the moment when we are aware that cooperation with other partners is the only way that we can get higher and better profit. And this is what we should have in mind when we talk about developing tech ecosystem in Central Eastern Europe. And you probably think, okay, so just give some examples, stop theorizing. And of course, the money. Like, I'm super into money. I'm not hiding it. It's like, I don't know, like I'm an entrepreneur. That's the KPI, that's the measure of my success. So, how the private equity market looks like. Like, we need money to develop better, faster growing startups. So out of the total private equity investments, only 3% of money has been invested in Central Eastern Europe region. And it's not such a small region, so it's nothing to be proud of. When we talk about fundraising money, so getting money from private investors into VC funds, it's even worse, it's 0.2%, but I didn't want to crush us with the numbers here. So when we think about, okay, if we start treating ourselves as a group, not as a single country. Like Armenia is, how many people live here? About 3 million, I guess. I don't know if everyone has time to come to Yerevan, to hang around the city, to get to know the ecosystem of 3 million people country. I know that there are people who have a lot of money and don't have time to hang around Poland, which is 40 million. So the only way to think about private money, and if we want to drive the private money from Western Europe or from the United States, we need to start thinking as a group. We need to start sharing our connections, and we need to start organizing events where we drag investors to 5, 6, 10 countries, where we do road shows. We show the ecosystem as a whole. And everyone was saying something about governments, and I really loved your statement from the early beginning when you said that they should not really interrupt people when they do stuff. And I think that that's basically the job of government. Are there government representatives here?
Probably not.
Maybe they are, but they don't want to tell us.
They're incognito. Okay, so when entrepreneurs are making money, the GDP is getting better. The life of future voters is getting better. So the government should be happy if entrepreneurs are successful. I'm not really a big fan of people who didn't invoice anyone and they teach people how to do, how to make a business. So I would love to see governments who are helping us to travel around the region, who are helping us to finance the events which the cities also get a profit from. Like, imagine how many people came here from abroad and we saw the awesomeness of Yerevan. This is the value for the city itself. And we need to learn to go to government and administration organizations and just ask them for money and for support, because what we do as entrepreneurs is bringing a profit to the whole country. And how to show this like awesomeness, how to unite. We live in different countries, the tickets are sometimes insanely expensive, and I'm always asking here in like Eastern countries, post-Soviet countries, post-communist countries, why you're not using internet? Like, we have social media, we can connect with everyone in the world now, and for some reason we are really, really shitty in that. How many of you have active Twitter accounts? 6, let's say 8 people in the room. Who already tweeted my picture? Thank you. You're awesome. So to the rest of you who do not have Twitter account, to people who do communications for countries, for cities, for conferences, like look at the statistics. That's the statistics from Twitter account of 150 seconds. I'm sure that among those people who buy premium brands and have the highest income from the list, there are people who would like to throw some money on a company if they know that they will have a fast profit. So do not underestimate the power of social media. I know some of you think that it's silly, but it may really generate leads and profit for your companies and for the ecosystem itself. Because we create what we create on the internet. So I used to say that the ant may be an elephant if you put the right image on the internet. And this is how it happens. So stop being too humble, stop being shy about your achievements, and we need to start bragging about the region, about its awesomeness, and about the power of the region, because that's the only way to attract investors. At Rocket Conference in Moldova, one of the speakers, Max Gurvitz, that's his name, he said that investors will come wherever the awesome projects are. And that's super true. But we need to show that there are super awesome projects here. So start using the technologies which you use to create the products you sell. Thank you very much for your attention. Do use Twitter and stuff with the hashtag DigiComNet, and if you have any questions, please feel free to catch me after the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Agata. I very much was surprised by the slide before this one, because the very last place on earth when I thought I was going to see a Beyonce reference was a conference like this for entrepreneurs. So great job on that. We're going to move on and listen to Mr. Maurice Bekan-Verwey from the Netherlands. He's going to be talking about opportunity for startups in Western Europe.
Thank you. Before I start, I have a question for the other speaker. I saw the stats on the investments, and there you have Benelux connected to France. What was the reason behind that?
So it was in my report. I gave a source to that, so I may reach the authors for you if you want.
No, please, because the Netherlands, I will also explain a bit more about the Netherlands, but first tell you a bit more about myself. I used to work at a venture capital firm, started there in the end of the 90s, worked there up to 2005, and then decided to invest my own money in different companies. And also try to find teams where to invest some money in, and also maybe share my ideas that I have. Because later on I will also discuss some elements on how do I make a decision on to invest in a startup. But first, First, let's give you some insights in, what's the next slide? Okay, what we do. Crossbrain, we offer a program and we also invest in IT and IoT startups. And for the people who are not familiar with IoT, it's Internet of Things, Internet of Everything, Internet of whatever you like to call it. But here you can see a lot of things that are connected already to the Internet and are used for data, are used for censoring, are used for whatever. What we do is we don't invest in the technology itself, so we rather invest in the teams that use off-the-shelf technology. Because to be honest, of course, a lot of technology is developed in the Netherlands, but we rather look at Asia, for example, to get all these sensors that are available over there. Think of a concept to create a company around it and build it. It's easier scalable and it's cheaper to do it. For you guys to get a bit of understanding of the Netherlands, here you have the Netherlands, here you have the Belgian market, here you have the German market, and here you see the reason why a lot of Germans come to the Netherlands to visit the sea. Because there is some sea over there, but they rather come here. The distances are here, Zoetermeer, this is where we're based, and this is about 50 kilometers. So it's really nearby. And if we zoom into the area that we're from, here you see these cities next to each other with a lot of universities and technology hubs. And we're one of the hubs based in Zoetermeer. And our focus is more, as I mentioned earlier, on easy-to-scale technologies. We're based in the Dutch Innovation Factory. And the interesting thing is, this is our office over here. The Dutch Innovation Factory is a collaboration between different partners. So it's the municipality of Zoetermeer, the Hague University, ourselves, and also the building owner. And the great thing is, this is one of the few hubs in the Netherlands, and I think in Western Europe, where university is in the same building as the IT companies are. And yesterday I was at the university in Yerevan at a startup pitch competition, and there was also a hub from IBM. And I think it's great. We need to combine those things more and more, because that is where the real value comes from. If you look at the students, we all need the students, we all need the tech talent. So if they're at such a close proximity, chances are higher that you can create something together. We're also part of the Startup Europe network, and this is an interesting one, because the other speaker was talking about Eastern Europe. Startup Europe has these, let's say, goals to connect the different markets with each other. And I don't know how many people are familiar with the Startup Europe initiative. Hands, please? No, not that many, not that many. Thank you. No, but it's important that you use the current networks that are available in the market. And Startup Europe, you also have the Startup Europe Club.eu. Please visit that website, because there you can easily connect with Western European companies, Western European investors, Western European hubs. And it all comes down to network. So use the network that is available. What's also interesting, if you look at the European market, and especially Startup Europe initiative, is there are different grants available for combining, or let's say building bridges between East and West. So that is also something that I would like to point out, not only to the other speaker, but to people out here. Let's try to find common goals and connect with each other, because with the connection, we can do something. Our program is an 18-month program, longer than the average program available. And why is that? Because we also have these deadlines, let's say milestones. And if people can't, they don't deliver, we kick them out of the program. We believe that the 3-month period is too short. It's only, let's say, a kind of pitch training for 3 months and get a new investor on board. So that's why one of the reasons that we've created this longer program. These are some of the participants in the different Crossbring programs, and please have a look at our website to figure out what we're into. I think this is also one of the questions which is really important and was also asked by the organization to talk a bit about, is what are criteria? What criteria do we use to select startups? And we, meaning my VC background, but also my informal investor background. These are a few. If you look at real estate investments, you have location, location, location. In my opinion, if we invest, or if investors invest in a startup, it all starts with the team. team. So make sure you have a great team. A great team can make a simple, maybe even a stupid idea, a great company. But not a great team can demolish a great idea. Next to that, make sure that you can tell your story. Make sure also that you figure out which markets are the emerging markets. Traction is also important. And IT has the opportunity to easily figure out how to get traction. It's also easy to figure out a minimum viable product. So figure out how to get your traction and also how to get your distribution. Not that many startups think on how to distribute their product. And that was something I saw yesterday, looking at the 21 pitches. You guys in Armenia are great at creating something. And that's a positive thing. But it's also important to think how to sell it. Where's the market? Where are the margins? Which partners do I need? Which distribution channels, therefore, do I need? And what's also important, hustle your way. Hustle your way into turnover. Hustle your way into your first customer. Design, also really important. And one of the things, or my takeaways was also yesterday, that there were great designs in the teams. It was also a balanced team, meaning a few men, but also a few ladies. And the ladies were mostly involved in design, and I think that's a good thing, of course, but we also need more ladies in the coding area. And the culture is also important, and the customer obsession. If you look, for example, in Western European markets, you can deliver not a really great product, but if your service is great, people are willing to come back to you. So think of service focused, customer obsession, therefore. And of course, data. If you're in the IT market or the technology market, you'll get a lot of data, but use the data. Use the data in your advantage and start restructuring your company, your product, your service, etc. Here again, a bit more background on the team question that we have. We preferably see a designer, somebody who's able to do sales, and somebody who can build it. So when you're building your team, think about it. Do we have the team that is capable of selling, designing, programming? Some more insights in the process of attracting an investor and where to find them. I would like to share some elements on that. Is getting to yes, you must understand that it takes a long time, and there are different steps that you need to take. Now, of course, in every country, it's a challenge to attract finance or attract investment to get your company started or to grow your company. But these are 5 important steps that you need to understand, and that only 1% makes it to the deal. What's also important that it always takes longer. So if you raise capital, say you need 100K, I would say raise 200K. In that case, it's much easier for yourself to survive the chasm, as they call it. Well, of course, in the beginning, there are always innovators who are willing to buy your product, and they're willing to share it with their audience. But not that many people are capable of attracting the early adopters and the early majorities. And therefore, you need to think, when you are raising capital, that you raise the right amount of capital. What's also important, if you look energy-wise at your team, there's always the value of depth. So within the research and the development stage, there's a lot of energy. We all believe in the product, but then the commercialization starts kicking in. You're not able to make enough sales. So the energy gets out, the money gets out, and therefore a lot of companies stop in this area. So know about it, know that you need to fight for it, and of course, take your losses. You don't need to always be able to create a successful company the first time. Use your lessons, as shared earlier by other speakers. Use the lessons that you learned in earlier experience and take that to your new company, to your new idea. What are the options for finance? Usually people always say, yeah, we need to find the investor. But also think of other ways to get some money. Grants, for example, yesterday there were grants handed out because of the 5 prize winners. There are a lot of competitions throughout Europe where you can participate in, and it's free money. What's also important is to look at customers and suppliers. people started to think not to approach those customers, for example, but sign up your first customer and say, hey, this is the sign-up fee you need to pay, and it gives you some money to create or to finish the product. It's also interesting to look at the suppliers. If you have certain hardware that you're going to sell, it's also of interest for your supplier that you make a lot of sales. And probably they're willing to give you a discount or give you the option to pay maybe after 6 months or 12 months. It's also a way of getting finance. And of course, crowdfunding in certain instances, and debt and credit cards. What are the options there? Try it, I would say. It's also important that you know the process itself, when to approach who. If you look at the first stages, and this is the value, this is the value and this is the time. So these are months, so to speak. From idea stage up to proof of technology concept, I would say your company isn't worth anything. If you're able to sell, because a couple of the shares, of course, that's great. But if you look value-wise, you're not making any money, so you're not worth any money. So it's important that you probably look into the network of private people, foods, family and friends, and also informals. After you've got your first turnover, then you can approach seed funds. And later on, if you're a profitable business, really growing, then the venture capital is ready and maybe some bank finance is available. If you choose an investor, it's also important to keep in mind some elements, because don't pick the first investor that you see and that you talk with and who shows interest. Because it's always important, right partner for a fair price or any partner for the best price. In my opinion, be picky, because this investor stays on board for a longer period of time. And you need his network, you need his knowledge, and you need his energy also. And if he only costs you energy, don't go for it. And how to connect with investors, that's also a question we got a lot. Because they tend to be not that easy to approachable. In my opinion, it's quite easy also to connect, for example, with me. Events and classes, events like this, approach the investors that are in the room. And maybe a nice question also, are there any investors in this room? None. Okay, you can approach me then. I'm available for you. No, but go to the events, look at different lists that are available online. Angel list is an important one. Look on social media and blogs. Different investors have blogs and Twitter, etc., and Facebook, and try to figure out who they are, or LinkedIn options. Also look in your own network. Probably you aren't aware of the value of your own network. But if you don't talk about your idea, and if you don't share it with others, other people will not think together with you, so they will not share that network opportunity that is there. Because through sports, through culture, through all these networks that you're involved in, probably there are some high net worth individuals who are willing to provide you some money. Of course, the startup hubs, and yeah, we're one of them, but go to the different startup hubs. Usually there are a lot of investors also connected to these hubs, or also trying to approach other founders who attracted capital. And you can also get their experience on how good is this investor, is he really worth it, etc., etc. Being here for more than, let's say, 32 hours, I also got the opportunity to think in opportunities, because that is what I like to do. So these are some of the takeaways for you guys, I think, and also for myself. First of all, share network, because it's all about networks. Be open. Use this opportunity together to share these networks within the breaks, etc. Approach each other. There's this list of speakers. If you think somebody can help, I know for sure that if you reach out to him on LinkedIn, he will help you. He or she, I should say. Share knowledge. One of the things that we've done, for example, with the university that is based in our building, we've set up a course called IT Entrepreneurship. Because one of the problems in Western Europe is that, of course, there's also a brain drain, but it's also happening in Western Europe, meaning that big corporations picking on the students while they're still in college. So what we try to do is to make these students enthusiastic about becoming an entrepreneur. Because also in Western Europe, we need more entrepreneurs. We don't need more corporates. They're declining in the number of corporates. But we need more entrepreneurs. Also, one of the things I'm interested in is co-invest and cross-border investments. So if there are different people in this region who are willing to make small investments, just for me also to learn, but I'm willing to co-invest, especially the value of cross-border investments is interesting. Why? Because Armenia is small, the Netherlands is small, most countries in Europe are small. So we need the other markets to grow into with our company. And therefore, if you have an international network of investors, it will help your company. And become aware of the strengths of this country and use them. Not think of, okay, how should we become? No, look at the current strengths that you have already on the technology side, for example. Just do it, of course. Therefore, I'll take the first step. I will make some investments in some small companies in Yerevan or Armenia, to not insult some regions, some other regions. Scale up. People were talking, we need to attract the multinationals. No, create multinationals. Create international companies who are based here, who were created here. That's what you need as a country. Not all these headquarters or, let's say, semi-headquarters of those multinationals. Create them. And become a stepping stone for this region. I think it's also interesting to have a second look at that too. If I look at the portfolio that we currently have, I would also suggest them to look at Armenia to see, okay, can you use this country and their network as a stepping stone to get into these different regions? Iran is opening up. You guys are really close to Iran, and there are close ties also with this country. So therefore, there are opportunities there. Here are my details. Please contact me if I can be of help, and I will be walking around here also to be able to open up to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can you take a seat on the couch, please? And Agata, will you please join us? So, please don't be upset that I'm the only one asking the questions. We're going to have an hour for a Q&A at the end of the day, so all of them will be here, so you will have that opportunity. I'm just very curious by nature. So, Agata, you said that you like money, and most of us do, in one way or the other. And even if we don't, we still need it, to function. And but is it a good idea, though, to measure success in money? Shouldn't profit or money per se be more of a result and not a purpose of doing anything in life, business especially?
So the measurement. I don't know the better measuring way of a success of entrepreneur than money he or she earns. Money are generally the result of entrepreneurship, but there is something called social entrepreneurship, and they do stuff for social good. They are like, we don't give money, we do social entrepreneurship. But if I call myself entrepreneur, I'm like openly saying I want to earn money.
Yeah, but you see, Apple is not a great company because they make a lot of money. Apple is a great company because they change the world.
I believe that growing great and having money is something which goes together.
Do you agree, Maurice, with this? Should we measure success in money?
It's the most easy to measure it by money, of course, but I'd rather measure it by impact. What is a certain impact of a company? An impact can be the number of people who have a job, the number of people who get some money, not only through paycheck, but also maybe through employee stock options, stuff like that.
You said that we should look for common goals and to ways of connecting with each other. And that's a great idea, but it sounds good in theory, but how do we do that? I mean, how do we actually do that?
One simple step is for me to travel here.
Okay.
Also, I've been to the Roof Summit in Warsaw, meeting up with a lot of people from the region and also from Poland. I'm going out there, and people need to go out there. We need to connect one-on-one, not only through social media and become a friend on Facebook or whatever, but really connect. And that is the first step.
Okay. Another thing that I wanted to ask both of you is, so not everybody makes it. In fact, most of people don't make it. And I was thinking maybe what we are doing wrong is is telling people that they should be the best and they should be great and become the very best at what they do. And maybe instead of that, we should start telling young entrepreneurs to set more realistic goals for themselves. Because, you know, Mark Zuckerberg telling you to follow your dreams is like, you know, he also got very lucky. That's an important part in that. And I was thinking that maybe it's a good idea to stop telling young people that, okay, maybe you won't be the best or you won't become a billionaire, but you can do this and you can employ 5 people and also feed your family and be able to travel 3 times a year. How about that? Or isn't that a good idea?
Of course, you would like to see ambitious teams, because the ambition gives a certain atmosphere where people are willing to take risks and run really hard. So it's good to have a certain ambition. But the ambition shouldn't be maybe I will be kicking out Facebook from the #1 position in social media. That's maybe a bit too ambitious. So realistic goals, I think that's important. But yeah, it's important that you don't only go for I want to become a billionaire. Go for I want to create a great company around something that I really love to do. And that is what some people forget. If you don't follow real dream, you're not capable of creating a great company. Because then you're just chasing the money. I don't know if that's the case with you, but you're opening to sharing, okay, I like money. And of course, that's good. But probably you have other ways to get there. And you do other stuff that makes you happy and gives you money.
What I think is when people set unrealistic goals for themselves and then they work like 10, 15 years towards those goals and they don't get them, that's how depression happens in your life, you know? Do you agree or do you not?
So the unrealistic goals, I totally agree. And I will get back to this money thing. So if you say, I want to change the world and do awesome stuff and be influencer and whatever, that's like unrealistic goal and unmeasurable. You can't measure how awesome you are in changing the world. But if you say at the beginning, okay, so I'm building this company, I want to change the world, I want to afford to employ 10 developers, that's a realistic goal. And then in 2 years you say, I want to afford to employ 100 developers. And you develop by setting a goals which you can accomplish, measure it, and in like a given period of time. We always want to be richer, but we don't say, like you can always be richer, you can have $10 million on your account and be richer, it doesn't measure anything. But if you say, I want to have 250,000 euro, that's something you can measure.
Okay, last question about the government, and I want you both to answer if you can. So, what if instead, is there a way, okay, I'm going to phrase it like this, is there a way to make the government come to you instead of going and asking for things like give us money, support us, do this and do that? Is there a way to make the government come to you and say, hey, you're doing great things here, maybe we can help, how can we help? And then you're in the position of directing where things are going.
So I may start. I think that Boris, who is going to speak soon, will be able to bring some value in this discussion in particular because he helped to co-found the Startup Poland organization, which they kind of do that, like government come to them. I think that the government comes when they feel that they can't get some fame for free. It's like when you do something awesome in the city, sooner or later the city hall will come, okay, so we want our logo there, so other cities see that we are doing awesome stuff.
Okay, Maurice?
The thing is, if the government approaches companies, and we've also been approached, then you probably don't need them anymore. And that's the thing, they only want to follow success, because it's also easier for them to showcase success. So that they're not willing to take the risk, in my opinion. So at the moment that you need them the most to approach you, they're not there. You need to approach them.
Okay, I understand. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maurice. Thank you, Rebecca. We're going to have people from the audience ask you questions, as I said, at the end of the day. We're gonna go on with, oh, you just mentioned him, I got that. Mr. Boris Musiela from the founder of Startup Poland. Where is Boris? Hi. Hi.
Have fun.
Hey. Hey guys. I get a clicker. Yeah. Hi. I'm super excited to be in Yerevan. My first time here. So I'm happy there's a lot of entrepreneurs here. Are you guys entrepreneurs? Yeah. How many of you run a company? Okay. What else do you do? How many are you students? Students? One student? A few students? How many work for a corporate, like a company, like a bigger company? Okay, you should run a startup then. Cool, thanks. I just wanted to know, more or less, who I'm dealing with. So I'm here because I've been pretty involved in a startup ecosystem in Eastern Europe, Poland mostly, but also around the world, around Eastern Europe. For the last, say, 10 years. I ran 2 companies. First failed miserably. The second one, I was lucky enough to get acquired by a company in the United States, Samba TV, which I'm currently working for as a director of European operations. At the same time, I've been doing a lot of community-related stuff. Startup Poland is the thing that Agata mentioned. We're trying to be the voice of Polish startups in front of the government, the media, basically promoting what the startups do in Poland. I'm also running a Reactor. Reactor is a co-working space, a network, and recently also an accelerator, a startup incubator in Warsaw, just to help others get the first step in entrepreneurship career. And over the last, say, 5 years, I've been meeting a lot of people who are first-time founders, and I was trying to learn how to help them. So I was trying to see what the obstacles are for them to be successful in Poland and globally. And I believe when I was, chatting with people in Ukraine, Moldova, the Baltics, now here in Armenia for the last 2 days, I'm seeing a lot of issues are very similar. So hopefully this is something that's going to be pretty relevant for you guys. So how can we be more successful globally? Or why I'm founding the accelerator, which I'm going to tell a few things about at the end. So I've been meeting a lot of investors as well. Poland has tons of money. Like if you need money, go to Poland. Like we have a lot of money. Agata says, it's true. We have more money than startups. And I think from what I've heard, you guys have more startups than money, so I think there is a match. So there's a lot of people, there's a lot of investors that are looking for startups, but they're actually failing to find them. And those are the things that they're saying. Those are the things that they're saying. So there's a lot of stuff investors complain about. Some of them are obviously, you don't have to take everything seriously, but when 4, 5, 6 investors tell you the same thing, I'm kind of saying maybe there's an issue. So the issue number 1, for the whole Eastern Europe, except for Estonia maybe, startup cannot pitch. They cannot tell a story. They can tell what they do, but they cannot tell a compelling story. Tell you like why they do it, what's the vision, buy you into this story. And this is something you need to do if you're an entrepreneur. If you're raising money, you need to convince the investor to go after your story. If you're hiring people, you need to really be convincing because others are going to pay the same amount of money that you are, or maybe more. So you need to be really convincing that the story they buy into is really worth going after. So learning how to pitch is super important. It's just the first step though. So the second thing the investor is saying is that startups have no plan. They come to them for money, but they don't know where they want to spend this money. They don't know the problems they have. They don't know what other people they need to hire in their startup to be more successful. So there's a lot of work they need to do, and this comes to the third thing, they come unprepared. So they do not know what to expect when meeting the investors, so they learn as they go. 4, startups show no traction, which doesn't necessarily mean they have no traction. Because traction can be customers, it can be leads, it can be basically a lot of conversations with customers, so that you can prove that you've done your research properly by showing how many people you talk to and how interested they are into what you're doing. Startups don't know how to approach this because they don't know what investors are actually looking for. And then The last phrase is basically laziness. So startups have no market knowledge. That's because they didn't, it's a typical situation. The free tech founders trying to disrupt a big idea, a market that they have no idea about. They failed to attract the person who has actually a market knowledge, a domain knowledge, into this startup. And this is what investors are really looking for. You have much bigger success, potential for success if you have people who understand the market that you're trying to disrupt. So no market knowledge and no customer development. Everyone's going to tell you that they've done a lot of customer development. They've talked to a number of customers. But the truth is that they probably talked to their mom, their friends, maybe one or two people who might be potential customers. Well, you're supposed to actually talk to 50 people, 50 customers, 100 customers, and get them excited and talk to them as opposed to just listen to them as opposed to just try to sell what you do. Like if you actually talk to the customers, you can prove it to the investors, and you can prove that you understand the business you're trying to disrupt and the problems the customers are, you're on a good path. And then finally, basically not enough high quality startups to invest in. Especially in Poland, this is very Poland specific, I think. There's so much European Union money for investors. Like most investors invest only like 20% of their own money, and then 80% is from EU. So there's a lot of money to put into startups, and this is a huge opportunity for you guys to actually come for this money. Because Polish investors are really looking to invest in you guys. So how can we fix this mess? How can we be more successful? What can we do? So probably there's a lot of talent, but there's a lot of things you can do that do not really require talent. So study. I don't mean study in university. That's usually bullshit. So what I mean study is do your research. Like read that Lean Startup book. Read that book about customer development. This is really something you should do before launching your startup. Otherwise, you're just going to make all the most stupid mistakes. And if you're gonna fail, but try failing not because of the most stupid mistakes, right? Try failing because you basically didn't reach the product market fit, or because it didn't, the problem you were trying to solve did not turn out to be big enough. But do not fail for the most stupid reason. So study, not just study by reading, but also study by talking to people who have done things before that you can learn from. And this counts the second thing, network. European startups cannot network. I haven't been approached by anyone from Armenia. I posted everything on social media, on Twitter. By the way, make sure it's my Twitter account, so it's on all the slides, so you can tweet it too. The natural thing to do would be, there's a lot of awesome, much more awesome people than me that come here to Armenia. You guys basically reach out to them, book lunch with them and talk about your idea, about your stuff. That will get you to the next level way faster. No one's done it. I don't think anyone else has been approached with it. And this is a problem not just in Armenia, anywhere. In Poland, there's been I've been getting really high-figure guys to Warsaw, like Jory Kolana, the hero of the New York venture scene. Not many people were actually interested in meeting him. He was so surprised because anywhere he is in New York, there was a queue of people trying to pitch to him. In Central Europe, people don't seem to care, which is really weird. But also networking starts with the university level. I was recently at the business school, the top business school in Warsaw, and I did some talk, and then people came to me and they were trying to tell me about their ideas. And the common theme was, so Boris, so I have this idea, blah, blah, blah. How can I build this? What do I do next? How do I build an app? And I was like, so what do you think? What would you do? What was your, what would you do if you didn't ask me? And most of the questions, most of the answers were, the best they could come up with was put an ad on Gumtree and try to attract some people who can build an app for me. No one thought about actually looking for a technical co-founder or going to the other, to those losers of this tech school and trying to talk to them, and because they have some knowledge that you don't have to pay for. You just have to make sure to be part of your vision. And unfortunately, the same thing goes on the engineering side. When I go to the engineers, they think the business people are idiots. They don't want them in a team. They think they can do better, which is generally not true. I mean, you need a lot of competences if you want to run a startup. So network early. Network not only like to build a team, but in a country like Armenia, you really need to go international. You really need to go to other places to get yourself known. You need to meet people from all around the world and talk about your idea. I'm gonna say a few things about it later. So be fast. Do not be slow. Be fast. So what I mean by this, I met this guy like a half a year ago who had some medicine idea for a startup in medicine. He's been really passionate about it. So I was like, yeah, good. Let me know your progress after a while. And I met him recently, and he was, chatting in the same event with the same people about exactly the same idea at the same stage. No progress in half a year. And this is not an exception, unfortunately. This happens all the time. People talk about stuff, but they don't do stuff. And I think one of the reasons for that is being really afraid of failing. Because when you start acting, you will definitely fail. But what you really need to do is you need to really start failing very fast. Because if you don't fail, you won't learn anything. And if you just talk and you don't do anything, definitely you're not going to learn anything. So you really need to get over this talking and get to actually acting, testing customers, talking to people, and then building things that they tell you is worth building. I'm sounding like a motivational speaker now. I'm going to shut up very soon. So this is really important. Also really neglected by the certain European startups. Find advisors, especially if you are early, if it is the first time you're trying to run a startup. Super important. So there's two types of advisors: bad advisors and good advisors. No. So there's two types of advisors. The first type of advisor you need to get when you're just launching, a person who's done business before, so who can kind of be your friend during the time you're trying to figure it all out. A person that you kind of talk honestly about. As a startup person, it's really hard to be honest because you have to be kind of kicking it all the time and talking about how awesome this thing is. With the advisor, you can be honest, you can be frank, and he will tell you that he's gone through those things or she's gone through those things. So the kind of advisor that's done things before is super important. To meet with Chris Kowalczyk, who actually helped me raise the first round of funding from a German investor Hack Forward. And then when you're a bit later in the stage, it's really important to get advisors that understand your domain, especially if you don't have so much domain expertise in your team. So in my case, it was Martin Querben, who used to be a marketing director at Vue Cinemas, one of the biggest cinema chains in the UK. He got me 4 or 5 customers. The first 5 customers, business customers, was through Mark. And I got really excited about the idea. So if you do not engage with advisors who want money from you, that's the first warning sign. And do not engage with advisors who do not believe in you, who do not believe in your idea. You need to really see that when you talk to them, they're like, yes, let's do it. We'll kick it. They just want to be part of the team. That's the 2 good signs for advisor: competence and actually being excited. This is super important. No one is doing it. Give them 1% of your share, 2% of your share max, because they need something, but do not pay them. Never pay them. If someone wants money, that means they're basically trying to steal it from you. And then last but not least, fucking hustle. This is something we are really bad at. When you're starting a company, you cannot stand at your desk, and wait for people to come to ask you a question. You have to be running around everyone and talking to everyone because you cannot be shy. If I was shy, I would never sell my company. The way I sold it was I went to the speaker of a conference in Krakow, who was the BitTorrent founder. No one was actually queuing to him. So I had like 2 hours of his time. He was super excited that someone actually wanted to talk to him in Krakow. And then after this 2 hours of conversation, I got a proposition of being acquired. That was, it sounds really, really stupid, but this is how it happened. But so hassle, I mean, this won't happen for you, of course. This was just an accident. But if you talk to many people, like the networking part, can I go back? Yeah? The networking part, the more people you talk to, the more people are gonna be good to you. People are generally like wanna help you. You just need to like show them what you need, be excited about the stuff you do, and hustle, and hustle, and hustle, and hustle. So will this all, when you do this all, will this make you successful? No. It won't make you successful. You'll probably fail anyway. But it would at least put you in a position to be able to succeed, right? So without all of that, you will definitely fail. With this, at least you won't fail for the most stupid reasons. You will fail because of the regular startup reasons, because you didn't reach enough traction, because people didn't think the idea what you had, the problem you're trying to solve was big enough, and stuff like that. So fail for those reasons, then you're good. If you fail for the most stupid reasons, that's kind of wasting time, right? So I don't want to talk too much about this. The reason I'm launching an accelerator is because I think there is a big lack of people who are into startups. There's a lot of people who have a lot of competence who could run startups, but they're working as freelancers, they're working for corporates, they have a lot of business knowledge. So my idea is to get those people who have business knowledge, because I believe those are the people who are actually fast in launching a startup, not students with no knowledge, like the press would like to say, and get them to start up. Teach them how to do business and network them with people who can build it for them. But this is the idea for Reactor Rest. For professionals who have already some knowledge and have ideas, to match them with programmers and students. So if you are actually at this stage, today is the last day to apply, so it's a bit late. But if you guys are from Armenia and you want to come to Warsaw, talk to me, I can extend it for you. So I think that's it. I mean, I'm really happy to answer any of the questions and talk to me. I'm here for the rest of the day, so I'm really happy to learn everything that you guys do. And I can help you. I can help you get to exposure. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Boris. Yeah, take a seat there. Okay. That's the first time today that someone said no to one of my instructions. That felt weird. But thank you for keeping me alive, Hobanis, are you here? I don't see you. Yeah. Just said yeah. Oh, there you are. So now we're gonna hear from a local guy. His name is Hobanis Agajanyan. If I read the name wrong, all right. I got it right. Okay. He's gonna talk about the new trendy thing. You're gonna.
Hello. How are you?
All good.
So before starting the presentation, yeah. So before the starting presentation, so anybody knows what is this? Yes.
What is this?
Okay, so
It's on the chair.
hello everyone. So before starting the presentation, few requests. So please check your Wi-Fi to be connected to the Wi-Fi. So we have a cardboard in the bag, so prepared for you. Can you please take one for you? It's a gift. We will do a special demo. Yeah, we will do a special demo so that we can understand what it's about. Now it's just working for Android phones. If you are connected already to the, yeah. Yeah, only people with Android, and if you don't want to watch it on the cardboard, we have a panoramic view, so you can view it like this. So you can find the 360 Impact application in the Google Play Market. So please download that application, and in the videos you can download one of the videos. So until you will do these two instructions, so I will start to telling about virtual reality, and by the end of my presentation we will do a demo together. So, are there any questions? Just technical questions. So I'm going to until you will be downloading the application, I will tell about virtual reality and what is our project about. So, virtual reality is a computer technology which creates a simulated or virtual environment. So, it is a technology that takes people to the virtual environment where you can interact with the virtual world, virtual object. Like imagine the place like when you can transform yourself to the Louvre or to another country and you can interact with that world. So virtual reality is not a very new thing, but until 2014 and between 2014 and 2016, it has its second rise. And now it is a technology which is due to the Gartner and other media and other IT consultancy is the most rising technology. So I think that technology is changing the media. Like from every year, so after 2 years, after 3 years, we will see a totally different media. And I think that virtual reality is one of the machines that will take media to the next level. And we see that virtual reality is a new tool for storytelling. And much more, it is a thing that it will give you a better experience with the viewer. So, in other words, we can say that virtual reality is a time machine. Like, imagine the world or the place where you can move. So it can be a virtual place, or it can be play or a simulated world. So we can speak a lot about the difference between traditional media and traditional storytelling and virtual storytelling. So as this event is more about startups and global development, so for this event we have prepared a special project. Within that project, we have done with my colleagues from Moonshot a special video, a 360 video, which we will do by the end of the event. So, there are two big gaps in virtual reality: how the content is captured and how it is displayed and how it's published. So for creating a full 3016 experience, there are 3 steps. It's about recording, stitching. Stitching is connected all the 6 cameras, because while using the equipment, like for GoPro, we use 6 cameras. That's why we should stitch to connect every content. And this last one is about publish. But what is more important? It's more important is the story. Like the story is the thing that is behind everything, and it is the main thing that will take your experience. It's also very important to know which equipment to use, because as now the virtual reality is becoming a very expensive thing, it's very important to know your budget and what technology you want to use. There are a lot of yes. Oh, okay. So there are a lot of okay. So equipment is very important because it's about budget, it's about money, and about specialists. So there are like few things that you can use for capturing your virtual reality experience. So we are using GoPros, but there are more cheaper solutions. And Also, it's very important about audio, yeah, because in 2016 video experience, you should your audio is also should be in 2016 visualizes, yeah. And shooting is also something different if we consider it in T2D world, because while shooting you can while shooting it's very difficult. There are some problems that you can face, like it's duplicating the things, or like when you will be in the shot. So it's very important to put your equipment in a place so you are out of shooting. And the last thing is about posting, yeah? How to reach to the people who can understand, who can see, and who can watch your experience. So that's why we have created this platform. So the problem that we are trying to solve is about publishing virtual reality. We see that there is a big problem where people didn't see how they can do their content and how they can interact with 6060 videos. So we have created a 6060 Impact virtual storytelling platform. So it's a mobile-first solution for content creators and major companies. So also we crowdfund stories that matter. In other words, we use your stories and our technology to create impact. That's why we choose the name 6000 Impact. So, and there is one question, yeah, why we need it? Because like we are people who are not in the media, we are people not in journalism. So the first thing that we are doing is about creating a value. We want to bring IT technology to the media, and we want to create an experience, a unique experience for Armenian media sector. Also, there is a big portion of people who want to interact with the real world, but they are not. They are out of country. So we are creating this platform, and we are giving the cardboard and other solutions to the people who want to interact with the world. So we, in other words, if we will not speak in a big word, so we have created a mobile application where user can choose a video. Now we have only 3 videos. You should download the video to your mobile phone to watch it. Soon it will be available also on online streaming, and you will be able to stream the video. We have 2 different options to watch the video. You can use cardboard and headphones. So headphones is mandatory. It is not mandatory. You can, if you have it, it will be much more better. So there is also a panoramic view. So as we were creating this platform, we see that there is no content, and that's why within our project we started to creating content to publish our project within that content. So we go to Bahamis. It's in Tartus region. It's a border village. We want to show here in Yerevan how people live in border villages, and what is their main message to us. So you can download, if you have already downloaded the application, you can watch the video. So we can do a small demo. Do you want to watch video? Okay. As it's a mobile, we can put it in the screen. After I want to say thank you to our partners who have created this platform. It's Arlupa, Armenian company. We are an IR development company, and Rimshot, who is the creator of the content. I, as a member of digital communication, and this project is done under umbrella of digital communication, and to our friends from US Embassy in Yerevan who supported us for this project. Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do you need this? Oh. Oh, okay, thank you. That's amazing. I'm gonna wait for you to have the app for the iPhone though. No, take a seat on the couch and Boris will join us, please. Okay, so you, Horace, you talked about a very specific thing that I don't know anything about. So how about instead we talk about a bigger idea that someone mentioned it, and I keep asking if this is a good, myself if this is a good idea or not. So an economy driven by technology, good or bad idea? And could you be specific to your country, like Poland and Armenia? Is it possible, and is it a good idea in general? An economy driven by tech, by the IT sector?
Well, I don't think it's an idea. It's something that it's just happening, and it will take over. So it's like.
So it's inevitable. That's what you're saying.
Inevitable, and it will probably kill us, at some point.
Okay, looking forward to that.
I think we are now in an area where technology.
Louder.
We are now living in an era where technology is changing everything. So everything is talking about transformation. Now we are in a stage where technology is transforming the way people do interact with business. Yeah? The business is changing the business, how the business is interacting with its customer. So, going back to your question, I think Armenia should invest more in technology and more to the technologies that will create a value for the people.
Okay, but we're going to get back to the government for a second, because as far as I know, the governments that I observe day to day, they don't want to give the power to the people. They don't want to give the money to the people. They want to give up control. They don't want to give up control. They want to have the control. They want to administrate the money. They want to have the right to decide what's going to happen and what's not going to happen. And with technology, that's hard to do. They lose control because, well, and the IT sector is a sector that I think in Moldova, for example, is not very interesting to the government and is not very developed because it's hard to steal from that. Other sectors that are easier to steal from, it's harder to steal from a tech company, or because things are different. So I don't know if they would want to get involved and stimulate this field if that's ultimately going to take the power and the money away from them.
The Chinese government is definitely doing that. So they've seen how Facebook and Google took over, and they're kind of more in control than a lot of governments. The Chinese government decided we want to own this technology. So they will be like implementing every next episode.
And that's not good as well. That's not good as well because you lose a lot of other things. So what is the solution here? Your take on it? Is there a middle ground where can we meet between United States and China?
You want me to fix the world in one sentence, right?
No, I don't want you to fix the world. I wanted to get your opinion on it, if you have one.
I definitely believe governments need to regulate companies like Google and Facebook and all the big ones, because otherwise they'll be basically, we'll move it very quickly to the Orwellian world, or like to the Black Mirror episode 6 world of the last season. Hopefully you guys watched it. If you don't watch it, it's really good. It's what's going to happen very soon. So governments need to kind of control it. They shouldn't be regulating. They shouldn't be. So like companies like Uber, for example, it's a good example. They're disrupting stuff. I don't believe government should just say, yeah, just do whatever we want. And because when you do this way, Uber will monopolize the whole market and make the conditions of work for everyone worse, not better. It will get something better because you will be able to transport very quickly, but at the expense of most of the people. So it's not really good, like in the long term. I don't believe this is good for the
economy. Yes,
especially
yeah.
it's good, great for the economy. It's great for the guys who invest in Uber. I'm friends with it. Great for them. But it's not good for the economy of Poland or Armenia. What's good for the economy is having competitors to Uber in Armenia, in Poland, and being able to kind of keep track of it and do not allow it to be everything.
Okay, do you trust your particular government to be the regulator here?
No, of course not.
Do you, Hovhannes?
No, just one people comment. So there is a very common thing that democracy is not connected with GDP. Yeah? We have countries where there is no specific democracy. Yeah? There is government regulating everything, like in China, in Singapore, but their country has a strong IT sector. They have a huge economy, IT economy. So, in my perspective, I think that there should be a partnership between government and IT sector, and this partnership must be within the interest of the country, because it should be a strategic partnership.
And when you say interested of the country, what do you mean?
Interest of the country.
And what do you mean by that? Who's the country?
It's about supporting local startups. It's about supporting people who want to do business, and it's about investing in education.
Okay, I'm gonna ask one more question, and then we'll break for lunch. The lights are so I don't know if many people are listening to us anymore. Okay, so we don't trust the last one, I promise. We don't trust our governments to be the regulator here. Do we have a better option?
Well, my friend believes words can be run as a Wikipedia. That's one of the options. I'm not sure how utopian it is. Something very utopian. I don't think that's much more better option for the government. We just need to make sure the government is run by the right people, and we need to be close to the government so that at least when they consult about technology, they come to guys like us, like Startup Poland or like the guys from Latvia, as opposed to someone who has no idea what they're talking about. That's the best we can do, and believe that they'll just make the right choices. It's not very optimistic.
Yeah. It doesn't sound very reliable.
But it's just,
it's the only choice, right?
I don't see any place anywhere that the government is actually really working with entrepreneurs in a proper way. Maybe some Singapore, maybe Nevada, maybe a plant-based doing some good stuff, maybe Latvia is doing some good stuff. But when I talk to the people in Latvia, they're like, yeah, there's law, but it's really not designed the way we're not going to have a huge impact. Really, entrepreneurs will make the most impact. Government can try to do stuff I think the one thing that the governments can do, and I think one of the guys said that before, is that they can at least do events like this. Like they can help bring people together and help in networking.
Please excuse me, buddy. Sir, I hear you more than I hear the speaker. Can you be a
little louder,
quiet, please? Please finish there.
We're talking about Latvia, by the way.
Yeah, but you're louder than us.
Come over.
So I cannot
Let's talk
listen.
together.
We're saying it's like I have an impression that Poland is like a Monaco, say you're gonna have a lot of money there, like come and take it.
The money comes with some like small print, though.
Okay, I think you should leave us for the Q&A. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Okay, so we're gonna take a lunch break. That's until lunch in the restaurant. Okay, so lunch is in the restaurant. It's called Rafael or something. Okay, I remembered it. We're gonna take a lunch break. It's a long one. We meet here at 3 o'clock, and we're gonna continue. In fact, have some more speakers and the promised Q&A session. So see you here at 3 o'clock. Please don't be late. Thank you.
Yesterday I thought you were going to ask me to come downstairs and talk to you, but I guess Marina was already here, so you left me. And I didn't get the chance to say thank you.
That's right.
I knew I was
My company I founded, it was Software Master.
I promise the beginning was more interesting.
Oh, but I don't know. Maybe you're hungry.
Oh, yes. I'm hungry, so we can eat and we
Yeah.
can chat.
Hey, how are you?
How are you?
You just came?
Yeah, yeah.
You mean like very interesting morning?
Yeah, maybe.
You will stay here, right?
Yeah.
چیزی نیست حالا عکس میخوایم بگیریم
گفتم که درست کردم یک کلاس من شما کنید kusa. Ah. Nerwang ko naman.
Asma Shapira.
까라면 시토가 있거든요. 시토가
Minas, tu guitar, Kirili. Don't test up Bamas with a guitar there. Hey. Păi tu cred că e oameni gândați în bufet? Se vede ce e gândați în bufet?
Ce ai uzme, ga, eto, klasa. Зараз так нічого не встановлено. Оказується, це лапше. Я їм авто не шачу. Я тут дякую. Тепер кажу, що це Я biraz yesin ki çünkü biraz diye de böyle karı selam günah sanki sonra. Can. Bursa. Mümkün yan sana abi. Şey de görüyor. Batı Jordan. Я себе каву, лучше не останется.
Smile, yeah. Mama.
Let's do it.
doing a really good job. It's really good. It's right now. Hi everybody, so it's 3:07. You might want to take your seats now. Okay, 3 minutes. Artur is asking for 3 minutes. Is everybody not back from their lunch yet?
Walking.
What? Okay. Come back. you, Mareks. I appreciate it. Do you think are there more people coming, or people just got lost? It's cold outside. How are you walking? I know. Cognac at 3 p.m. That sounds like my kind of people. Okay, so I think we should get started. Vlad, what do you say? Yeah? Okay, so we're gonna move on. We have 4 more speakers, and then we are gonna have the Q&A session, and I think you will have actually some time available to talk to each other if you haven't already. Okay, Miss Trine Mahlakoev, she's the program manager at Technopol in Tallinn, Estonia, and she's going to talk to us about incubators that succeed. Trine, where are you? Oh, hi.
Thank you so much.
This is the thing.
Yes. All right, welcome back, everyone. Those who stayed are real startup enthusiasts, and I'm very glad to talk to you here. I'm Trine. I represent Estonian Mafia. Who of you knows what it means? If you Google us, hashtag Estonian Mafia, you will find loads of information online. So this term was coined by Jay McClure from US, one of the main startup guys over there, to represent Estonian startups in one word. So Google it if you want to hear more. I'm here today to tell you more what we do in Estonia, how we do it, how we have reached the status as a digital nation. And later on, I'm also going to share a little bit of my work, what I do in the startup incubator called Technopol. A little bit about statistics. If you don't know, then in Estonia we have the most startups per capita in the world. So currently we have over 100 plus startups. And I can really say that every one of my friends is doing their own startup. So it's really like a mainstream thing in Estonia. Everyone wants to be an entrepreneur. And it's not only the startups, they have given real value to our economy. There are loads of jobs, over 2,000 jobs created in Estonia. A lot of tax is paid for the Estonian government, and a lot of investments raised all over the world. And recent wins, Startup Visa is coming next year. Mareks will tell you more about what it is in Latvia. As I told you, when we talk about investments, we in Estonia, we have reached this status that we have interest from global investors who really want to invest into Estonian startups. And I recently spoke to our good colleagues from Finland, and they said if they could get one Estonian into each startup, they would be very happy. And why is that? I'm going to tell you very soon. Estonian Mafia, these are mainly the most well-known startups currently working in Estonia. TransferWise, maybe you have heard, ByteTribe, Linguist, and I'm sure many of these companies are already in the Armenian market as well. That doesn't mean that Estonia is ready, that we have nowhere to go. Of course we do. We have the same challenges you guys have here. We don't have enough investments. Our talent is going away. We want to attract more global people into Estonia. At the same time, what we have a lot of ideas, entrepreneurs, and know-how. And this is something that Estonia has done right. And of course, do you know Skype? Are you using it? Woo! Skype was made by Estonian coders. So we in Estonia see as well as Skype Mafia. So basically, when Skype founders made a very profitable exit, a lot of new startups were born in Estonia. And this is the one thing you really should remember. It's not about governments, it's more about the success stories that make new success stories. So everyone in Estonia is talking about Skype, and a lot of Skype founders and ex-employees are creating their own startups. So Estonia is a very little country, but what we have the startup mindset. What it means to you? It means that our startups are very revenue oriented. So they don't want to rely on government grants. They want to take the money from the customers. And please remember this, it's all customer money is always better than the government money, because you are more flexible in your activities then. And I think that, and I believe that life begins at the end of your comfort zone. And I'm so glad to say that most of the Estonian startup founders think the same way. They want to get out there, they're ambitious, and they want to change things in the world. And of course, being profitable supports their path. For Estonians, the market is global. Here's one of the companies I used to work to, Fortuma, mobile payments company, and they are earning their revenue, I think it's in 90 countries now. So 99% of their revenue comes from foreign markets. Estonia is not a market. Estonia is 1.3 million people, but most of the successful startups think global, think where are the customers? And they are not always targeting US or UK, these fancy places. They are looking also towards emerging markets, India, Armenia, Africa. We have a very close community. It means that basically everyone knows everyone. We have a lot of events. Latitude 59 is the main event happening again next year in May. And in Estonia, it's very easy even to talk to Prime Minister. I partied with our ex-Prime Minister last week in Finland. So it's very easy to do it. And our Prime Minister, the last one, we have a new one now, is 36 years old. So basically, he's very tech-savvy, he supports startups, and he invites the startup community to sit with him every month to listen to what are the challenges. And after that, he takes these challenges to the parliament to change the laws. And Startup Visa is a good example of that. And there is a reason why Estonia is also called as the digital nation of the world, or e-Estonia. So if you guys don't know, all of our government services are online. We vote online, we file our taxes online. It takes me like 5 minutes. So everything happens online. And this is also the secret of our startup community, because all the people are very tech savvy. They want to do things online, in the internet. It's both our government and our startups. That's why the community really helps each other. It's not only the startup community and government community in the other corner. It's one Estonia, one digital world, right? And everyone is welcome to join the digital e-Estonia. As you might have heard, Estonia recently launched e-residency. As we are only 1.3 million people, we don't expect anyone to move to Estonia physically. We would be very glad if you're part of our online identity. So basically, if you want to conduct your businesses online, join e-residency. I know many of my friends in US have been doing it, many people from Ukraine, because they want to benefit from the online services that the Estonian government has built. Our startup culture and business culture in general is very innovation-oriented and business-friendly. So all the digital services support the low bureaucracy, low corruption, and the tax system is very simple. If you want to read more about it, just Google. There's loads of information online. And today we have reached the stage in Estonian life where we have a lot of support organizations, even too many, I would say. I'm part of one of these organizations, but everyone in Estonia wants to help early stage startups to survive. So we have loads of programs where we teach young people. There are some grant programs as well, and of course these co-working spaces everyone has been talking about. And here is the Estonian ecosystem on one map. So I'm representing the organizations with the green lines, and let me explain you more. So what Estonia has been doing great is that we're supporting startups from the awareness or the idea stage until they're growth stage companies and they're ready to expand to foreign markets. So there is no hole. Startup can move from the idea phase until their growth stage and stay in Estonia. So everything they need is there already existing for them. incubator that I have been where I have been working 3 years already. And we are helping startups from the concept phase until they're scaling. What it means that we invest 10,000 worth of euros worth of expertise and know-how into these startups. Of course, we have this co-working space, but in reality, startups don't need space, or they don't need houses or fancy tech parks. What they need is know-how, coaching, and mentoring. And I'm also glad that some of the previous speakers today really emphasized what is behind the success. It's mainly coaching. And what we do with these startups is we help them until they're investor ready. So we very closely work with angel investors in Estonia and also in Finland, and they invest in our early stage startups. We have made the statistics that each year in Estonia approximately 200 tech startups are developed, and out of these approximately 40 end up in my program. So basically I see most of the startups who succeed in Estonia. And our focus in the incubator is mainly on business and marketing. So startups should have their tech skills inside their team, and they come to us for the business support. And I guess it's the same challenge here. A lot of you know how to build great products, but you might lack the skills of how to take them to global markets, how to sell them, how to market them, and it's even more important to do that, to know your customer. It's not about the product, it's about the customer, right? These are the coaches in my incubator. So we don't work with consultants. This is our success story. We work with people who are very hands-on, and they are themselves entrepreneurs. It means that they care about our startups, they help them in detail. Yes, we have to pay to our mentors because we have seen that they're more committed than. Again, when we talk about the community is happening like this in offline context. So we have loads of events in Estonia that bring people together, and most of these events are very practical and hands-on about knowledge sharing. Some of the success stories of the companies in Startup Incubator, for example, when we look at Cognus down there, they are a health tech startup who are helping people to regain their skills after living through an accident, and they are now selling to US hospitals. So it's a great success story. If you know anything about the health sector, it's very old, but getting your foot into the health sector in US is a big thing for a Estonian startup. And let's continue. Of course, we in Estonia, we're not doing it on our own. We are working very closely with government, with different organizations, and I can really say that I trust Estonian government. I trust what our politicians are doing. I'm sitting down with the main people who are working on the policy side, and they really want to listen. What are the startup people thinking in Estonia? And based on that, they change the policies, they change the laws. And that is something that is also affecting or behind Estonian success story, is the trust that people have. But of course, it's also because our systems are online, it's all very transparent, and on the whole, Estonians are quite open in their communication and working together. Yes. Of course, before here, Agata was speaking about KPIs and how we know if we're doing a good job. Of course, we are also looking at the investments that our startups raised. Last year, for example, 6 of our startups raised together over €500,000. That's quite a good amount for a Estonian startup, where the average investment is €50,000. And most of these investments are local. So we are glad to see that Estonia already has this kind of wealthy people who want to invest into Estonian startups. But it's not only money, these are smart people, these are entrepreneurs themselves who are giving back to the society or community. So this is another success story where I hope that Armenia, if not today, will reach in the future. And some of the politicians also in Estonia are discussing, should we invest so much time and effort into startups? Because they are not paying any taxes, they're just wasting time. But we have really the KPIs to support and say that Estonian startups are creating jobs, they're paying taxes. So it's all very, very legit. What we have been doing great in Estonia is also we created the first prototype fund in the world called Prototron. It's a free money. So together with the biggest Swedish bank, Swedbank, Tallinn University of Technology, we created this kind of fund for early stage startups to build their first prototype. You have to apply for that, and if you are successful, you get free money. You don't have to fill any documents or bureaucracy. You just get that money and later on show us the prototype. And here are some of the teams. One of the most successful at the moment is Linguist in the middle. So they are creating an app that helps you to learn any language in 200 hours. And they have raised follow-up investment from Japan, over 1.2 million, I guess. Earlier, we were also talking here about the cooperation with university. So my incubator, we are working closely with the university, mainly because we'd like to have more science and high-tech startups coming out of the university. I can't say that we are successful in that. It's mainly because of the mindset of the scientists, I would say. Because when we talk about the average age of the startup person in America, usually we talk about very young people, like we saw before, 23 years old, 20 years old. In Estonia, the average age of the startup person is 35 years old. They have graduated, they have worked on the market, they have some savings, and most of all, they have know-how. So usually our startup founders come from big corporations, and they start solving a very personal problem. That is also part, in my opinion, that is supporting our success. And of course, students should learn more about entrepreneurship, and I urge everyone to test to learn as much as you can, as Boris emphasized earlier. But we see that students oftentimes, they have limited experience and maybe they want to rely more on grants. So my message here today is, main message is earn your revenue, don't rely too much on government grants. But of course, if someone offers you money, take it. Estonia is not friendly at all. We have big goals for 2020. Estonia wants to have 1,000 startups. At the moment, we have around 500. We want to have a good and collaborative startup ecosystem. We want our legal system to support our startups, and we want to have more and more funding, global funding in Estonia. So what we're doing for that, we are creating or managing the startup ecosystem, building it even more connected, inviting more foreign investor money into Estonia. We're very glad that all this digital nationality and this e-Estonia brand really supports Estonian startups as well. So Estonia has a lot of interests from all over the world in terms of money. And the money should be smart. It means that if our startups take in money, they should take money from an entrepreneur who really knows the sector. And friendly regulations. It means that the government is listening, government is changing the laws. Startup visa will be introduced to you very soon. And that is all from my side. Please reach out today or later on if you're interested to hear more about what we do in Estonia. And please try out if you have bright ideas, test these ideas, find your customers, and learn from other small countries like Estonians. Thank you.
Thank you so much for speaking loud into the microphone. That was so good. That was so good. Very, very nice of you. And yeah. Mareks Matisons is next. He's from Latvia. Can you use my microphone, Mareks, if you want to? He's from Latvia. I've known him since March or April. It was April. Okay. So he has very cool stuff to say. I hope no, it's not cool. Okay, he has very uncool stuff to say, but he's gonna say it.
Thank you for the best ever introduction. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies. Yes, I will try. You see, the story goes like this. Estonians, they are the cool. They are the bad cops. I am the undercop, and I am from Latvia and Canada. The situation is not as good as Trin just told you. Right. Yes. But there are some good things also in Latvia. First off, we have probably the best at this very moment legislation basis for the startups to work in European Union, and Latvia has created startup law, and it has been passed through all this systematic governmental bureaucratic stuff just recently. What does it mean? You have your company in Latvia, and if you are qualified to be a startup, which means that you have been receiving first round of investment around 200,000 euros, below that. If you have, where there are people in your team, half of them at least master thesis level education, or you have unique and patented idea, or you have an option that you can invest half of the earnings of your company into the startup development, not to buy Porsche Cayenne, but really invest in the bank, then you can qualify to be a startup in Latvian legislation sense. And later on, you can pay a tax for each of your employees, 252 euros per person, up to paying to your employee up to 4,000 euros as salary. The tax is very low. The idea is that we are not hoping to have hundreds of thousands of startups in Riga and Latvia, but we think that if you are a smart entrepreneur, and if you are counting your Excel and budgeting your thing, you'll understand that this is one of the best offers for you to have a company in Europe. And yeah, I will try. And to have a starting point from that one. This is a good part. What is, in our understanding, in my understanding as well, important for startups to try in the local environment? Community relationship and brand building as well, and I will talk about this one later. Community building, right. Monkeys in the pool. Of course, it is nice to have technology parks. It means that you will have talent in one place, and during the coffee break or during the time when the guys are outside smoking, probably the better ideas will develop than the regional ones. Even some meetups. Do consider this as a good element for your startup community, because I remember like 5 years ago in Riga when we had a meetup, it was a success if we had 20 people there. Now we have 250 people interested into creating their own businesses, companies, startups, whatsoever. We have majority of entrepreneurs, people who are still struggling to find their own idea, but it is important for them to gather on a regular basis, not to have one-a-year event. Each weekend or each week, Friday evening, with a beer, with an entertainment, with a pitching session, with all that included, you will get used to that system. You will train your presentation skills as well. If you will present to your friends, it will be less stressful and so forth. And, which is the crucial part, is to work with the educational system. Unfortunately, at this point in our startup law, we don't have the direct link with the universities. We do not require certain things for that. But each Latvian university has some sort of an incubator, of course not as cool as in Estonia, but we have them. So the thing would be to forge together that technology park resource you already have, encourage community to come together and invite as many students as possible to every single happening, because from them you will get your manpower, your talent we are talking about, which is expensive and like that. Startup funding. Again, the situation is, well, not as rosy, but we have money and we have European funding, but one important one is local investment. As we all know, we are very new countries in a sense. Also, our investors need to be educated, and they need to be brave enough to say that they don't know anything about the startups. Only thing they have is the money in the bucket. In Latvia, we have organizations that is trying to kind of bring together people, VCs, our local ones. They are not as rich as we would love to have them, but they have money, and they are starting to understand what we are talking about when we are talking about business model, canvas, and all of that. Sorry, startup bullshit. They know the terms. They are speaking in an equal level these days, which is good. But still, I think it would be great for both our countries, for Estonia, for Lithuania as well, to have more people willing to be investors into risky and starting points, which is the crucial part. When we are talking about the financial support, we have possibility to get 200,000, 300,000, million, whatsoever. But the early stage, prototyping, if you are familiar with that word, that is an element when you are trying to understand what prototype do you actually need. During that stage, it is important to have local investment, small amounts of money. Regarding the startups and the stuff, I think we are missing one crucial point. You should be investing in the brand that is called you. Some of our colleagues already asked about your social media presence. You need to have a good, visible presence in every fucking Google search. That should say good things about you in order to Google you and understand that you are a person, investor, who would be willing to spend 15 minutes. So this is important, as well as work with people like Marine, other journalists, not to go into a level that you are trying to get the chief editor of TechCrunch. It is bullshit. You will never, ever reach out to that person when you are a new startup from Armenia. They will say that you're crazy. Try to reach the low-level intern who is just starting. Build community relationship with him. Invite him to Armenia, whatsoever. Start to work with the people who are at your level. And believe me, in the United States, all the young aspiring journalists, they are trying to find the next Zuckerberg, the next Google thing. They will be more interested in your aspiring and starting idea than anybody else in this room included. And the last but not least, probably the most important, I'm not usually putting some quotes on my slides, but this one I like. Make a dent in the universe. It is Steve Jobs saying stuff about how he created good and great things. I think that what's important, you need to focus on the ideas that you are trying to develop. Again, pardon me, but applications that are helping to monitor potholes on the street, that is bullshit. I'm sorry for saying bullshit again, but it is bullshit. Or as I said to my friends already, bullshit is Airbnb for cats or such type of solutions. Make something meaningful, like make a virtual reality project that is showing your country in a different perspective. I love that idea. Do stuff, you are the smartest people here, I hope. At least you're definitely smarter than I am, because I'm just blah blah blah. Do things that will be meaningful for you, for the community, and believe me, you will find your right investor in right time. So, ending, my name is Marks as well. I am the better? So, if you happen to know the richest person in Armenia, introduce me.
I think I heard about 20 words from everything you said, Marek, so I'm going to focus on, no, because you were very quiet. So I'm going to focus on I guess, more general things, and I'm going to start with something Tim said. From your presentation, everything sounds perfect in Estonia. Everything sounds great. There's a lot of money there. There's a lot of startups. You haven't really touched on the kind of the problems and the challenges you faced on the way, and if you overcame them, as opposed to other countries who didn't overcome them yet. How did you do that?
Yes, it was my slide number 3, where I slightly touched our challenges, and as I said, we have quite similar challenges that you are having in Latvia, in Lithuania, in other Eastern European countries, which are lack of talent. As I described, Estonia has only 1.3 million people. That means we don't have enough of skilled tech talent as you have here. What we don't have enough local investments, and we don't have enough of these smart investors. But these are all challenges, and the Estonian government and the organizations are tackling them with different programs, educational part, and also rebranding our country as a digital nation that will bring, and it's already, we're seeing the results, more investments are coming into Estonia. So Estonia is not perfect at all. We are on our way to perfectness. How do you say that?
To perfection. No, no, I get it, but when I guess what I'm trying to ask is, if countries like Armenia, for example, has the same problems that Estonia had like 5 years ago, maybe it would be a good idea to share your solutions with the others.
Yes. How it all got started, I would say that maybe hackathons and these programs for students and idea stage startups is the key. This is where we got the critical mass of most of our startups and entrepreneurial minds. So if you think that there is not enough of these programs, make these programs and events cool. Create more hackathons where you will teach the young students, or basically anyone who is interested in entrepreneurship, what are the main tools, what are the models that they are using in Silicon Valley or Finland or anywhere else. And what we say in Estonia is that we also don't want to be a Silicon Valley, and we don't aim to be one. We do have a few of these unicorns, but we are very happy to have our SMEs and small startups who are creating maybe 1 or 2 shows, but that's fine as well. So start from the students, work with the universities, and work with the mindset. So don't run after grants. Try to be more creative in that, and try to work with people who have money and think about revenue as well. So this is my message.
Okay, the next one is for both of you. So how did you get, in Estonia, how did you get the people in power behind the idea of e-government? Because in our country, you are given as an example. When we're talking about e-government, everybody says Estonia first. And how did you convince somehow your government to make what you call the best legislator for startups?
Thank you. Actually, it was pretty easy. Latvian Startup Association was created just recently. We have less than a year for that organization. We have been really lucky because one guy in our government, Minister of Economics, he was an entrepreneur. He was not a bureaucrat. He was one of us. And suddenly he landed in government, and he understood that he needs to change things in order to, in long term, earn money for the social budget and everything that state needs to exist. So he came with this initiative, and surprisingly for us, a law was passed within like 5 years. So yeah, in 5 months time, which is very short time.
Well, Estonian success story, this is not born overnight or in 5 years or 10 years. It already started when we gained our independence from Soviet Union. actually built all our own information systems. So it has been like progress of 20 years. But what could be done here is, I'm not saying that everyone should be an entrepreneur, but everyone should have an entrepreneurial mindset. And even if you're a young person, it's okay to work for the government, but bring that enthusiasm and ambition and entrepreneurial mindset to the government and try to change things there. You can, of course, as I understand, I can sound very optimistic about that, because in Estonia, government is very tech savvy. We have a young government, and they support these startup initiatives. And it's fairly easy it's very popular to do a startup there, and everyone looks from down to up on you.
So what I'm hearing from both of you is that basically we should have entrepreneurs and startups should have representation in the government.
Exactly.
So as long as young people and people that did startups and people that know this field get in power, in positions of power, that can influence things. That's what I'm getting from you.
Absolutely. Yes, thank you for that.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Next, we are going to hear from a guy from Moldova. He happens to be a great friend of mine, and he's one of the most creative people I know. So I hope he has interesting stuff to share. Please welcome Artur Gurel.
Hello, everyone. My name is Artur, and the topic I want to share with you today is actually a question. The question is on the first slide because we will find the answers together with you. So what do startups in the digital age need to know? I need the clicker. And we'll see how the clicker works. So who I am? I'm leading a digital team of 20 people who represent Granat Digital Agency. I am the Vice President of Digital Communication Network. You will find a little bit more about Cometa later. So the first round is things that I love, let's say, to build. Yeah, I love to build stuff, to build digital communication campaigns. The second part of things are more educational and inspirational. I co-founded TEDx Chisinau. I organized the first edition of Rocket conference in Chisinau, and also I started Rocket Academy because we lacked people who have digital communication skills in Moldova. That's why I had no other option but to start teaching digital communication, because my company and the clients that work with me need this kind of talent in Moldova, so the challenges are the same everywhere. So let's proceed. You know this formula, it's from the book The Lean Startup. All you have to do to develop a successful startup is you have to learn at the beginning how to do it, you have to build, and then to measure, and you have to do it fast and over again. So let's see how we can do that, not from a technical perspective, but more from a digital communication perspective. So if you will see, this is actually a funnel of efforts that you can make to sell a product or a service. So in the beginning, the efforts like engagement, video, display, it's more like assistant tools, the ones who contribute so that people know about your product, so that people consider buying your product or service, and intention to actually give you money. This is something Boris said in the morning. A lot of startups, they build stuff, but they don't know how to communicate that. They don't know how to promote that. And this is actually very critical, just at the early stage. And as nations that are just developing the startups in our regions, we have to pay attention on the digital communication aspect of every startup. That's why I want to focus and try to give you solutions for startups that are related to the things that I know, because I built a couple of digital campaigns. So, the first thing, you should get the partners. Like, it's generally valuable for every startup. It's very important, the people who you choose to create teams. But if you don't have a teammate or a co-founder who have digital communication skills, you can hire one, or you can contract just for for a job or for a campaign, you can sign a contract with a company. So the digital communication skills are very important because you may be building an awesome product, but it's a pity no one don't know about this product. So next, you have to inform fast. Again, it's something you heard, but it's not a problem for me to repeat because this is really important. You have to move fast because the world is moving that fast. If you don't keep track with everything what's happening around you, you're not competitive. So you should try to engage the audience. You have to know that you have to make, like, I heard this in discussions with Marek also. He said that he's going to conferences to meet media so that media create word of mouth. But there will be no word of mouth if you will not launch these waves of information. So you have to try to inform as much as possible. So this is like a reality show, and if you compare that to the politics in the United States, you see that people love this, the entertainment side of how business works, politics works, whatever. So show some maybe behind the scenes, exclusive things. Like the day one, when you have the idea of creating a startup, make the Facebook page, make the Instagram account, make the Twitter, show your experience how it is building, because people are scared that somebody else will steal their idea. Well, the bad news is that somewhere in the world somebody is doing the same thing. But if you will speak about this, there will be more chances that maybe a potential partner will contact you and will suggest maybe combining efforts, or maybe the right investor will find out about you and he will get used and he will know you, he will start liking you, and when you will approach him and ask for money, he will already know who you are and give this investment much easier. So, this very trendy thing with follow me. I would recommend go for the same. Make a follow me reality show with your startup day one. Every day, post, or every week, post something interesting on your social media account, because you will become more human, because after all, businesses are people. It's not entities, it's not corporations, documents, it's people, and people love to work with people, and people love and trust people they know. If they don't know you, it's harder to get their trust. So another principles are also from the book, The Lean Startup, is the traction. And when we are talking about traction, it was discussed also here. People need money, and Agata said money is the ultimate thing. Well, yeah, I agree with that, but it's not only money. Traction is also audience. Like how many users your website have, how many users are loyal to your products, or how many partnerships, or how cool is your brand. If you have a reputation in the media, this is also a powerful asset for every startup. So Marek told you about that, and I'm saying that I will repeat some stuff, but this is very important because we are at a conference that is organized by Digital Communication Networks, and we show you the true power that the digital communication tools and networks can offer you. Talking about startups, Digital Communication Network is also a startup. Because 1 year ago, 3 months, when we were 25 people went to United States, this organization did not exist. And now look about, let's call it traction, yeah? We have more than 2,000 members. We organized more than 4 international events in 4 different cities, with more than 1,000 participants at those events. And we already have great partners that we are working together to organize the next events for the region. Is the Tech Camp in Warsaw and the Rocky Digital Summit. Back to our answers about the challenges from a digital communication perspective. You should create a story, because people love stories from their childhood. We love when the parents are telling us stories. And to buy ads, it's very expensive. I know that because I'm doing that for my clients. And if, for example, in Armenia or Moldova, the advertising is not that expensive because it's not that big competition. If you want to promote your startup service, product, whatever, in West, it's crazy. One click, it's sometimes $20, so it's not reasonable at all. So the solution is to create a story that will promote itself. It will promote the story, but also it will promote your service, it will promote your brand. How you get media exposure? You contact journalists, you establish relationship with them, you're talking face to face with them, because the mistake that a lot of people is doing is sending press releases or trying to contact them on Facebook and, hey, write about this story. This is not working. You have to create meaningful content. You have to create memorable content. If you don't know how to do this, talk to somebody from the Digital Communication Network, and they will help you. So, Mike Butcher at Rocket Conference in February said that the fact that you are born is not news. It's not. You have to create something interesting, like organize an event, compete for a prize, and make the news out of that. If you are doing an event, like, you should invite influencers. Like, who are the influencers right now? I wrote a post on Medium blog about that, called Top 15 Influencers from Moldova. They are often famous artists, beautiful models, of course, with thousands of followers on Instagram and over social networks. Video bloggers, because I'm sure it's pretty much the same situation in the whole region. The video bloggers have wider audiences and much more engaged than traditional media. One thing is the audience, the number of the audience, and two is the trustfulness of the source of information, because people in Moldova trust very, very little in Moldova, because it's often used as a propaganda tool for manipulation, promoting political views and so on. Politicians, popular politicians, unpopular politicians are also influencers, unfortunately, but I don't recommend to work with them. Be visual. Like, we have so much informational noise, and we are exposed to so many messages every day that it's very, very hard to remember something. And like, judge for yourself when it was the last time when you read a long article, like a 10 minutes, 15 minutes article. Like, it's much more easy to get informed on Facebook, on social network. This is how a lot of us consume information, because it's fast, it's visual, it's an image that is saying something, or it's a video. Like, use video, it's amazing. The first thing, it's fast, because Facebook, if you have the right settings, it's starting automatically. Second thing, it's more easy to transmit information, because people don't like to read text. They're kind of lazy and spoiled. They love to watch videos. Use the GIFs, because the GIFs are like more entertaining. People want fun in their lives. They don't want trouble. And like, if you use visual, you actually save people time. You care about your audience that you are trying to inform. So, one of the last answers is you have to make the right decisions, and you have to choose smart. Because not every content is the right content to promote. Sometimes you have to, like, you have an idea, test it. Because sometimes you are very convinced that this content is so interesting, but it might be interesting just for you, or from your perspective, it's good. From a perspective of your audience, it's not. And sometimes you're like, spend a lot of time to create content, but it's viewed by 100 people or 200, so it's useful effort. The context is very important for social network, because you have to choose the right time and the right moment, the right opportunity to launch that content. And of course, the target audiences. A lot of the startups want to receive exposure on TV, but they don't actually consider that TV is watched mostly by people who don't buy their products. So yeah, it's kind of cool to buy, to be on TV, but it's not your audience, because the people who influence the trends right now, it's the people under 35 years old who use a lot of digital communication, who use social networks. They are not the ones who are watching soap operas at 9 o'clock or I don't know, at 7 o'clock. this is the where I wanted actually to arrive. I'm sure a lot of you have seen the transformation that is happening in your news feeds, and a lot of you consume the news from the social media, and it's a trend right now happening in every part of the world. There are outlets like Nowthis or AG Plus that inform you in short and meaningful 1 minute or plus minus videos. It's political news, economical news, entertainment. It's a variation of different interests. But also channels I like World Economic Forum and this news about the Amazon Go. I think a lot of you heard about it recently. It's like in just 1 minute, it saves me time, and it's also interesting and engaging. And it's very easy to share this content. So this is the big difference between social video and traditional video. On traditional video, we are going somewhere specifically to access a story or to look for it on a news website. On a social news channel, it's the news that finds us. It's found us because we are interested in specific areas, or our friends, our bubble, share some common passion as we are. And this is Cometa. This is the social video news that was very, very recently launched, and it does actually the same thing as Nowthis or AG Plus, but here in our region. It was launched in Moldova, but right now the content is just in Romania, and as I mentioned, the range of the topics can differ from the political to social, but also it's a very nice tool to promote a story related to innovation or to technology. So if you are an Armenian startup and you want to create a story about what you're doing, you have an interesting thing to share with your audience, you can try to reach, of course, TechCrunch, BuzzFeed, but you can contact us. And sometimes the regional context is making things much more easier to collaborate. And this is the exact same quality. It's in English, and if you access Cometa News on Facebook, you will see that it's actually very, very popular. I will give you just one example. This is one news that was very popular in Moldova. It's about a problem with the tenders for food for the kindergarten. So it was a whole scandal in Moldova. And I'm pretty much sure that this news was get the maximum exposure on Cometa. Because the reach of this story, and it was not promoted at all, was almost 1 million people, with 381,000 people who watched the news entirely. And you can see that the number of reaction, comments, and shares. Actually, it was more than 14,000 shares. So if you create an interesting story, people will share it. If the news is interesting, and also if you invest a little bit in the promotion, it's much more easier and not expensive to promote a story to a specific target audience, to the really ones that you need. For example, Armenian young girls, or like Georgian boys from 30 years old and higher who can buy a new Mazda 6, for example. So, a little bit of let's see what is the traction of this product. So Cometa is just a little bit more than 2 months. It already have 6,000 followers on Facebook, and overall reach for the last 30 days is more than 2 million people. So if you compare that to the most popular TV channel in Moldova, is more than that already. It's not the same loyalty, of course, because people, the 600, 800,000 people who watch in Moldova TV channel, they are watching it again and again. But you can actually reach these people very easily through the power of social networks. And the model of monetization is native advertising. So it's actually creating content that is interesting for the audience, not just the story that the brand or the corporation wants to promote. So let's go back to what do startups in the digital age need to know. And the 7 points is you have to get the right partner. You have to have the partner with digital communication skills in your team, or to hire a team who do that for you on a long-term basis or for a specific project. You have to be very, very fast. Like in this startup technology part, you have to build fast. It's the same thing in digital communication. As soon as you're informing, it's better because it's closer to the date of the event. The results are much more bigger. You should count the numbers because sometimes you pay $100 to publish a news on a website, but you get 2,000 views, yeah, or 400 people who actually read all this news from the beginning to the end. And if you do the math, the cost per user is very big. So the social network can give you that much easier and cheaper. You should create meaningful stories. You should invite influencers who have already an audience. Be visual, go video, and take in consideration that people consume video much more on their mobile phones than on their desktop screens. And of course, make the smart decisions. That was all I wanted to say. Follow me on the social media, and if you have questions, I'll be happy to get in contact with you. This is my mail. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Artur. And we have our last presentation, or our last talk.
Hello.
I think the microphone needs batteries again, dear colleagues. So we have a last talk for the day, and after that we are maybe going to take a break, and then you will have the option to ask questions. Now we're going to listen to Mr. Saul Reichman, who's the General Manager of Renault Innovation Lab from Tel Aviv.
Hi everybody, thanks for staying up this late and attending this last session that I have the pleasure of closing the final presentation today. How many people here have been to Israel? Not enough. So hopefully this can be a very good opening presentation regarding Israel. You'll hear about Israel, what we've been doing so far, and because we're quite close in distance, hopefully you'll also come in the near future. So my name is Saul Reichman, remember Better Call Saul. My day job was with the Renault Nissan Innovation Lab. I'm the general manager. I'm also an angel investor in Israel, and in the past an entrepreneur. Also worked in the VC space in Israel. So most people, when you think about Israel or when you hear about Israel in the news, you may be thinking about camels or Jerusalem, or you may be thinking or seeing some terror attacks from the region. But maybe you might know that the Disconkey Waze, which is a navigation app that was acquired by Google, or Kinect, all these are Israeli technologies. Not just that, but you've got so many other technologies that are made in Israel, and this is just a broad view of technologies that most of you are using, but do not necessarily know that you're using. Some interesting facts that you may take with you from today. We're based in the Mediterranean, in the Middle East. We have more than 300 days of sun throughout the year, so it makes sense to use solar thermal. So 9 out of 10 homes in Israel, they use solar thermal, and this is because it's more energy efficient, and of course the country lacks natural resources. We have the highest number of museums per capita. We're quite big on culture, and we provide a lot of content to Hollywood. Israel is, I don't know why, but we love sushi. So if you look at the per capita, especially in Tel Aviv, you see the biggest sushi shops, sushi restaurants in the world. So let's just go over a little bit about Israel. It's young, 68 years old. We have an 8 million people population. Country is growing, economics are good. It's not just desert, we have the Mediterranean Sea, very nice beaches, excellent weather, interesting history, and yeah, we're allowed in the news. And of course, this is why we're all here for. We talk about innovation. We're very, very scarce on natural resources, but we have two very important ones. And one of them is, of course, the creative and incentive culture. We put a lot of emphasis on education, and you'll see that this comes back to us and is very positive. And also, because we put a lot of emphasis on being innovative, at the end of the day, multinationals come to Israel, and from different sectors, we have almost 300 now leading global multinational corporations that are setting shop in Israel. And of course, this creates jobs. One of the smart things that the government is doing in Israel is that it's not centralizing all the R&D centers in the middle of the country in Tel Aviv, which is the startup capital. So you have the R&D centers of all those multinationals that I showed you previously spread around the country, which creates jobs not only in the center of the country, but it's spread out around the country, and that is smart. And another thing, like you saw in the previous slides, we lack natural resources, but we have an entrepreneurial DNA. It's not that we were born with entrepreneurship, but this is something that we acquired, and we'll go over it in the upcoming slides. So we do spend a lot of R&D, and almost double the amount that an average European country in Europe does. Our R&D expenditures are almost 4% of the GDP. People go to the army, we tend to solve problems. That's something that we do. It's an immigrant country, it's a melting pot for Jews coming from all around the world. So many different people from different origins, from different ethnicities. And you'll hear about this in the upcoming slides. We accept people who fail. That's part of the process, and we're tolerant to that. So all this builds up to something very exciting. We have 1,000 startups per year. If you divide that up by the amount of days per year, that almost, every 8 hours we have something new being built. So most of you, and I was very honored to come here. It's a pleasure. It's for me the first time being in Armenia. So I was looking forward to sharing with you what we do in Israel and what are the ingredients for success in Israel. So let's go over it really quickly. So we do have the whole value chain set up, and this has, since the 90s, we have done that very, very gradually with the assistance of the government. We have a very, I would say, broad ecosystem looking from seed-like investments by angels. We have accelerators, incubators by the government, up to VCs, private equity. So we've got the whole value chain in place. There is government support, and like Trin, I have to say that the government is doing a good job, and it's doing a good job because not that they're smart people usually that go into government, it's because they listen to the industry. And what they do very well is they enable, they don't interfere. So they listen to the needs of the people. And this is something that you see both regarding tax. So angels that invest, they receive incentives. You have incubators that receive capital from the government, from the taxpayer. All this enables, at the end of the day, more startups. R&D doesn't just start, from academia. There's a very close relationship between academia, between industry, and of course between the military. Human capital is something that I will touch base on because I think it's very, very typical to Israel. We are not Silicon Valley. Some because we have a desert in Israel. Some of the people call it Silicon Wadi. So I want to touch base on that in a few minutes. We've got multinationals. So this is something that I think Armenia and some other Central Eastern European countries are lacking. We have the ability to not just work on something, but from day one, we listen to what the industry needs. So we can communicate and understand what are the end customers' needs. And because because the world is becoming very flat and global, we can listen to what the end customer, which in today's world are the big multinationals. Yeah. So let's just touch base on the human capital. Jewish education, very much from a very young age. The mother tells the kid, you have to go to school, you have to get a degree from university. So there's a big emphasis on education. In general, we tend to ask questions. It's okay to ask questions. Some cultures in Asia, it's considered rude to ask a question. So this is something that we do. Luckily, during the 90s, we had a flux of people coming from the post-USSR. Israel could not become a startup nation if it weren't, for 1 million Russian immigrants that came, not Russian, but post-USSR Jews that came to Israel that brought a lot of technical know-how to the country. Like Armenia, we go to the army. I think that for young people, of course, army is long and it's difficult, but at the end of the day, at a young age, you encounter many things that I don't think an 18-year-old, necessarily in Europe or in the States encounters. And I think that really, for sure, it creates a lot of social skills that are not tangible, but enable later on when you do business to interact, I think, more easy. So regarding necessity as a mother of innovation, the country lacks resources. We needed to think out of the box from the start, and so the fact that this is an ongoing status, we must always try and innovate. I don't know how to translate Israeli chutzpah, but this is a nice diagram that I thought to share with you, and maybe some of you can find your country. Armenia is not on it, but if you look, and Marx, I'm going to say bullshit because I also want to add that. So chutzpah is being very informal, being very direct, without the BS, without the bullshit. And if you look at this diagram here, and you look at both nationalities that are confrontational and those that are okay. So look, Israelis be very confrontational and they are emotionally expressive, and that is chutzpah. Okay, and one thing that I think really contributes to the success of the country with regards to startups and being innovative, and maybe lacks in other countries, is the fact that we are very diverse and very multicultural. And that is something that I wanted to take from here, because I think that, I met with an entrepreneur here coming from Iran that is currently here in Armenia doing a startup here. I think that the fact that you have people coming from diverse cultures that bring another language, that are immigrants in your country, they bring a skill set that is very powerful, because usually immigrants that come to a new country, they have nothing to lose. If they have nothing to lose, they risk nothing, and that specific trait or that specific personality that they bring is something that I think that enables entrepreneurship. And also, I mentioned that in the past, failing is something that is considered, I wouldn't say positive, but we don't regret having failed. It's not even an investor would want to invest in an entrepreneur that has failed once, because hopefully he learned from his past experiences, and that's something positive. Sorry? Okay. So, you know, when coming here, I did some homework, and I have to admit, I never thought of coming to Armenia, and so when I was offered to come, I said, okay, definitely I want to see Armenia. And the more I learned about Armenia just from reading about it, I couldn't believe the similarities between the two countries. And for me, it was fascinating. So I want to go over it with you, just to share with you maybe information that you're not familiar with. So we are two very small countries. I think Estonia, in that fact, you know, Estonia is also, we can include Estonia as another brother of ours. Small population. The size of both Armenia and Israel is very similar, very, very similar. We're both almost the size of New Jersey. Young countries. Armenia was independent in 1991, but of course Armenia has a longer history. We both have a conflict, the fact that we're surrounded by, I would say, hostile neighbors, closed borders. We both have armies that, you know, it's compulsory here. We have a very rich identity. Armenia has, of course, Christianity. It's a very big factor here in society. Both of the countries, you know, had to, I would say, struggle for independence. We're both part of the Ottoman Empire. We both suffered genocides. Both societies have a diaspora. I think this is something that you should tap into. The fact that you can connect not just within your 3 million population in Armenia, you can reach out to people that speak your language, that understand your culture, and that is something that you should, even when raising capital, this is something that you should tap into. And of course, you're also very good at chess. So when I need to share with you what I think for Armenia, you know, it's a privilege sharing this with you. You guys have talent and are very smart. So you should tap into that, make sure that education stays high, put an emphasis on education. You should look at diversity as something good and positive. It's okay to fail sometimes and accept that. And I think that this is something that you should embrace. Like I said, government tends to be. I heard people, from Armenia speak today and saying that they have issues sometimes believing and trusting the government. But if you're able to share with them that they need to enable you and not interfere, I think this is something that you should encourage that dialogue between government and industry. And the fact that you're also, lacking natural resources, you should not see that as a negative or see that as a disadvantage, but look at it as a positive approach. So good luck to you guys, and just do it. Be active.
Thank you, Saul. Artur, join us, but dear colleagues, can we fix the problem with the microphones? Because we need to be able to hear both of them, and I wasn't able to switch them on. Can you try it? It's not green, it's not working.
One, two.
Okay, this is working. Do you have, oh, you can share it, I guess. So, I'm going to start with you, Saul, because you were the last one to speak. So, this kind of just, the whole being a startup nation kind of just happened with Israel, from what I get.
It's good branding.
In a way that you had all those things happen, and then they somehow got together. What about the countries that don't have a lot of diversity? What about the countries that don't get a lot of immigrants because they are poor countries or developing countries, and immigrants are not interested to leave a poor country to go to another poor country? These countries not only they are not as developed, not only do they not have diversity, but because of that, they are really reluctant to outsiders. So I guess my question is, what advice would you give a country like that? So, or people that work in environments that are not very welcoming towards, I don't know, outsiders.
So first of all, I think that every country, and today we're talking less countries and looking more into cities. Cities are doing more than countries at times. You have to look for your secret sauce. You can't copy paste. Estonia is doing their thing. Israel is doing one thing. Lithuania, everybody's doing something, and everybody realizes that they need to do their own innovation. Not because innovation is cool, but because they need to create jobs and they want to, grow economy. So the specific situation in Israel, I don't believe can be copied. But because today, especially with the young, they're looking for opportunities. If you can tap into those opportunities, and people here from Latvia, from Estonia, from Poland, they offered, the entrepreneurs sitting there other opportunities. I think that maximize the opportunities that you come across, and if you're able to tap into EU money, go and do that.
Okay, I want to intervene because the last thing you said is a very specific and clear thing, but maximize the opportunity that you have is a very generalistic statement. So I wanted you to be more specific, and you were before I asked. So that's why I looked like I was going to interrupt you. Okay, but the thing from my understanding of Israel, which is not saying much, but the thing that I get in your community, in your country, is that people are used to working together, and they are used to supporting each other and creating something, and it doesn't really matter if the government is behind it or not, because people, Israel has a very strong feeling of community. And I know a lot of countries in our region that do not necessarily have that. And I spoke earlier today about the fact that young entrepreneurs, they waste so much time and energy competing with each other and stealing people from each other and opportunities from each other, that they don't actually grow as a field because they are focused on their little victories. How do we get that idea in their heads?
So I'll share with you something. Not everything is perfect, and I see Israeli startups that are competing with one another instead of collaborating. So it's not a perfect world where I come from as well. I think that regarding your question, and Trin touched base on that, you have to start small. And also in Israel, it's a small place, so naturally there is a community. But you create your community, and it's with your alumni from university, and it's with creating hackathons, and it's with tapping into your social network. So, hackathons, meetups, you have to start small. We visited, for example, yesterday ISTC, and we witnessed activity there that was taking place. It was great. This is where things start. I mean, things from the outside will always look better and greener. But if you've got a platform like ISTC, tap into that. Those multinationals today, they're welcoming startups. It's a cool thing to do. So if it's not IBM, try Microsoft. Look to Google to host you. They'll do that because for them, it's giving back to society. And we do that in Israel all the time.
Okay, thank you. Artur, you talked about audience and the fact that not many people are going to spend 15 minutes reading a long article anymore. And that's true because the world is changing and we can understand why the audience is changing. But my question is, I guess we can be sure if it's changing in the right direction. So what do you think our approach should be, again, as a field? Should we try and educate the audience on something that we think is right? Should we try to tell them, no, don't do that, maybe do this because this is better? Or should we just go where the audience is and give them what they want?
If we are analyzing what the audience wants, we would live right now just in news that are not truth, or scandals, and so on. So we should not give just what they need. We should educate, but not the audience, but the one who creates the news and create the content. This is where the educational efforts should be focused. Because
yeah, but for every 5 journalists or 5 content creators or 5 I don't know, people that speak to an audience, for every 5 of them, there's going to be one that's going to do fake news, that's going to do cheap stuff, that's going to lie, and that's going to use clickbait and all those things. And for every 5 of them, there's one of them, and the former will always be the winner. Just in our case.
This thing was forever in different businesses, not just in the media businesses. There was shitty services and not qualitative products that people buy. So for every product, there is its customer. Yeah. For every news, the right news will find the right audience. Unfortunately, there always will be people who will want to read yellow press or who will want to read gossip. You will not change that.
Yeah. I was talking more about the tools. You see, because you know, I've spoken about this many times, and you heard it. I'm conflicted because part of me thinks that if the audience wants short videos, if the audience wants a 7-second video, we should just do that, no matter the way we should get the information to them. But then another part of me thinks that soon we'll communicate through some kind of sign language and photographs, and that's it.
I completely agree. That's why I will say this in Russian, because in Russian, I think like majority of the audience will resonate better. Спрос рождает предложение. So we have to research and we have to look at the data. We have to measure to see how people are reacting. Yeah, and the ones who are behind the strategies, behind the digital marketing campaigns, should consider what the people feel like consuming news or consuming information in general. So you have to consider that, taking into consideration and act accordingly. If you are trying to fight this, you'll just lose ground and your competitor will get ahead of you. So it's always a mix of trying to get the best strategy to deliver the content, but at the same time to be educated, to be responsible for the information that you are launching and promoting, be it on media, new media, or social media.
A very specific and practical question. So a lot of people today said that everybody should have an entrepreneurial mind or should think like a businessman, and people are encouraged, as I see, to start their own things and do their own startups. But if everybody starts their own thing, who's going to work on those things? You know what I mean? So my question is, isn't it a better idea to work for a year or 2 or 3 in a different company, in a different startup, so you can get the gist of things and to learn maybe from other people's mistakes? Then you can start your own instead of, at 18 years old just diving in.
The first thing is that not everyone is an entrepreneur. That's generally true, because some people are super comfortable to have a job from 9 to 5, to have a salary, and they're comfortable, they have other values in their life they care about and they're happy. Not everyone should be an entrepreneur, but at least people should try themselves, because you never know, because sometimes an experiment can give you opportunities that you have not hoped in your life, and they change your life radically. So that's one thing regarding entrepreneurship. I think people should try it earlier to understand earlier, like fail fast. Yeah? If you see that it's not for you, that's okay. You go and do your stuff. And the second part of your question regarding experience, that's what I did actually.
I know, that's why I asked this question.
Thank you, Gabriel. I knew from 16 or 17 years old that I wanted to develop project, launch businesses, and so on. But I felt that I don't have the experience, the expertise, the network. My father used to do business, but it was the old traditional business, buying in Germany, something selling in Moldova. This is not the business I wanted to do, so I had to learn that without having someone to teach me. So I had to learn it by myself at conferences and so on. So definitely it's a very good idea to go work in international companies, to work in an international organization, to increase your experience in a certain area that passionates you, that you love, and then just after that you feel more confident. You can, of course, risk, because business is every time a risk, but it is an assumed risk. I don't know if it's the right word in English, but it's a risk that you are taking knowing all the possible consequences.
Thank you. Saul, what's your take on this?
I just want to add to the smart things that you said, that people talk during the past 4 or 5 years about entrepreneurship, and there are classes regarding entrepreneurship, and you can even teach and learn entrepreneurship. I don't think that it's something that needs to fit everybody. It's not something that you can copy paste, and it's okay to say, I don't want to be an entrepreneur. And also I want to just share with you, the audience, the fact that success, people view success as, okay, I want to exit, I want lots of money, that's not for you. And I have to disagree. Success has many, many different colors. And you don't have to reach that point of, okay, let's exit. You can join a startup at a later stage and work for it. You can work for a multinational. You can work for government, and from the government also empower people. And at the end of the day, you have to be passionate about what you're doing. And if you like what you're doing and you wake up most of the time happy and joyful getting up to work, I think that is considered also success. So don't, people tend to judge themselves, especially in the West, I have to reach a goal that at the end of the day I see a dollar sign. You don't always have to look for that dollar sign to view yourself as being successful or not.
That's a great idea to end things on. Thank you guys. Thank you, Saul. Thank you, Artur. We're going to take a short break. It's going to be 24 minutes of it. I'll see you back here at 5 o'clock, and we'll have the Q&A session that I promised you during the entire day. Thank you. spoken on the stage today, who gave presentations, to come on the stage and sit on the couches and on the chairs. Please do. If there are others in the hallway, please, in the lobby, please invite them inside. Thank you. Take a seat on the couch. So we have Hovannes is not here. Has anyone seen him? Hovannes, the guy from Armenia that spoke to us today. Yeah. Hovannes is not here, so you can come join us if you want, Amalia. You're gonna represent. You're gonna represent Armenia on the stage. Yes, there's 10 of you, I believe. Yes, there's 10 of you, and there's me. Okay, so if anyone has a question in Armenian and you are too shy to speak English, we have an interpreter somewhere that will help you with that. Если у кого-то есть вопрос, oh, we have Amalia right here. Если у кого-то есть вопрос, вам неудобно говорить на английском, можно на армянском, нам Амалия поможет, если что. Okay, so we are gonna, do we have, there's one, where are the microphones? There's two, and there was another one. Okay, thank you. Ilya, if someone raises their hand and want to ask a question, please give them the microphone. Okay. Who wants to be the hero? Not all at once, please.
Hello?
Hi.
My name is Anna. And first, I want to thank all of you for the really amazing job, amazing presentation, very practical, very informative, and very useful. I myself gained lots of information and lots of inspiration, so to say, which is unmeasurable.
I'm going to bring you my microphone.
Microphone business is another area in Armenia which needs to be improved. In any event, I would love to hear the recipe which would work for a country like ours. All what I have heard is highly relevant. Something from Holland, something from Estonia, from Israel, from Moldova, but which is the basic, the key element which we lack, which doesn't allow us to go forward? We have the potential, we all know about it, all the world cries about it, but still there is something which we need to improve on. Thank you.
Okay, who's hiding the recipe, guys?
The answer is really simple, actually. It's education, and it's also, I think, it's ideation. How, I don't know. I will have to explain the second one, because you have to promote the entrepreneurial mindset that we were speaking about today to a wider audience, so that they can get inspired. They see interesting examples of people also from Armenia that did it, and they see that you don't have to be Zuckerberg, Steve Jobs to build a startup. You can be an Armenian guy who finds a team, have an inspired idea, and work and realize their dreams. So it's education and ideation.
On the funniest part of the story, I hope I will pronounce the surname exactly right. Mr. Eduardo Ernikian.
I work for him.
Yes.
So you were very close to the source.
And the idea behind my silly thought is that we need a crazy person being the trendsetter, creating an investment fund locally. Crazy person. Secondly, one thing which is very hard for your culture, I believe, is the courage to fail. We are talking about that, and we are kind of getting used to that. But I'm sorry, I'm switching to Russian. Нормальный мужик не хочет проигрывать. Вы тут все люди очень темпераментные, и вы должны перебороть в себе то, что я мужик, я не могу проиграть в этой игре.
What about the women, though?
And oh, ladies, sorry, not talking about you. You are smarter than the guys, I'm sure. But those are two crucial elements, because everything is in place except of one investor who is investing because it is cool to invest locally. And if Mr. Ernikian would be that person, everybody will say, well, he is wealthy, he is not crazy, let's see what happens, let's try this as well. And I believe that would be a very successful story.
If someone else wants to say something, because I have a theory about what's happening, but I was not one of the speakers and you're not going to like it, so I'm just going to say it to you in private.
If I can also comment on my side, I definitely support Artur's vision that education and schooling from the very ground up is very important. An example from Estonia, we started to educate first graders about coding, about selling like lemonade or cookies from door to door. So this teaches today's young kids that they should be proactive, and it's up to them to really change their lives, because we all mostly come from the post-Soviet countries, and there we didn't have this proactivism or selling mentality. I think this is very important. And another thing, when we talked, this conference is about digital communication network, is when your government is not doing anything or you don't want to work with your government, you have the tools of digital communication networks and social media. So what in Estonia we have done, we have made a lot of social campaigns about the country in general, about entrepreneurship, and we have rebranded ourselves globally. So these are my 2 cents.
I would say what we lack here, I'm answering this as an Armenian living here. So this is motivation, belief, and taking the risk. Because if we have a crazy idea, right now in Armenia there are many, many possibilities to get the smaller finance to start just realizing the idea, like it happened yesterday in ISTC, when a young group of people just won and they will realize their crazy idea. Without thinking longer about the risk, to start to whatever we want to do, like to act without more discussions. So I think this is what Armenia lacks, just to start to realize crazy ideas. Even if millions of people say it is not possible, it is possible. It is going to happen. Thank you.
Does anyone else have something to say about that particular question?
Maybe one last thing. I would say sales power is what is lacking. Execution and sales are really important to create a company.
Okay, do we have another question?
Just a
Hello, I want to say thank you for this great forum for the start, and I have a question to I think all of you. You said that, for example, in Estonia, in Latvia, in Moldova, in Israel, there are a lot of opportunities for startups, and you mentioned the level of money. Yes, sorry for that kind of thing. For example, 200,000 or 300,000 that a country can give you to grow, to start your business there. I want to ask, is it any chance, maybe sector of work, to give more? If it will be, I don't know, maybe country will be, will take some stock of that business, or I don't know. For example, for my project, I need to maybe 1 million or more. Can country pay me that?
So your question is this country able to pay for to invest in such money in such a project, or do different countries invest? I'm not sure I understand the question.
I asked especially for one country, but maybe it will be a chance when few countries will participate in that investment.
May I? Like quickly? Yeah, I'm the materialistic person. So, what my advice, like, no matter what kind of money you need, you should not ask the country for money. If you have a project, you just approach investors, and preferably investors, VCs, with this money that's the VC level. Not in Armenia, because I think you have only one, but reach those in states, in Western Europe, just like send a pitch deck, get feedback, but do not rely on country money. That's the worst type of capital you can get.
I think I mentioned that Poland has a lot of money, but what I'm saying is I'm saying is not that Poland as a country is investing in startups. It's not. So Poland is like giving some money to some VCs that kind of went through the procedures. So you're still fundraising with VCs. You're not fundraising with the country. I don't know if any country that's like actively investing and taking stake in startups. I don't think that happens. That would be crazy.
Why would that be crazy though?
Because the country that has no idea, like they won't help you in any other way, and they won't be able to even choose you correctly because they don't have the competence to choose who's the good. It's not their job, but it's VC's jobs, it's angels' jobs for investing your own money, and they doing it from experience and from basically they should know what they're doing. So A, go to VCs, and B, no one's really giving $1 million for the start anymore. That doesn't really happen. If you've done things before, if you've sold your startup and you went to Silicon Valley, that's possible. Maybe in London, maybe some other countries, but not really for a first-time entrepreneur, as I'm guessing, from Armenia. So you really need to first either like raise some very initial funding here, prove something, prove that you work something, that you have some traction. Maybe even like technology you've built. It's a highly technological startup. Then prove that you've built it. Then go to seed funding. Poland is really good for you to get the seed funding, like 200,000 euro. And then you probably will need to go outside. Germany, Russia, London, the Silicon Valley, the States, to get the next round. That's the usual process I've seen from Eastern European countries, like successful startups.
Sorry, why you say like they are not giving 1 million?
May I will just add one sentence to Boris, and I will answer your question actually. You need to, like what you say, it's, what Boris said is true, we have a lot of money, but one thing needs to be said, you need to register the company in Poland. This is public money distributed through VCs, but they are obliged to invest in Polish companies. And why is 200,000 euro or 250? Because that's the level of EU money investments they can do.
Like he's saying like, oh, they are not giving any 1 million.
Because they can't.
No, not about Poland, but I mean like there are a lot of investors, they give like, recently they give 2 million, 3 million for the startups. I mean, if your startup is really good, they can give you, why not?
So
it's not $1 billion, it's not $1 billion they give you, it's 1 million for a startup.
Well, I mean, but at $1 million, I mean, given the size of the piece of the company that they would take, you're looking at a valuation of, you know, hundreds of millions of dollars. And so,
sure. I mean,
but that means that
your project is $1 billion project, they will give you 1 million.
That's true, but you've got to then prove that it's $1 billion idea. And being able to do that is incredibly difficult. I mean, even in the States, you know, the way that we look at funding rounds, when you're looking for your first round, usually you're going to go to individuals, and you're looking somewhere between, you know, $10,000, maybe $100,000. When you get into the $1 million range, you know, I think we've touched. You're looking at institutional investors, and they're gonna have a much more rigorous due diligence process to evaluate: are you actually $1 billion idea? And the way that you evaluate if you're $1 billion idea is, can you actually generate revenue that could put you there? And so that's usually a question for much later in the process. But and I think we've touched on it. I think when you're looking at your initial fund or your initial fundraising, what's the least amount of money that you could use to get it done, to prove your concept, your minimum viable product? And then I think somebody made a good thought, perhaps double that, just so that you've got a little bit of runway. But you know, you want to take as little money as possible early on and retain as much of your company as possible, so that you've got, you know, the ability to be flexible in your second and third round.
Well, sorry for my personal advice from my experience. A person with no experience can burn 500,000 in 6 months. My friends have done it, and I've been working in that company. It was very painful. What I would suggest to you is first to divide the money you think you need in countries and go from that. But probably the best thing for you is to go in some acceleration program, apply, get accepted, go through that machine, and then you'll understand, is this idea even worth that $1 million?
I wanna excuse me. I wanna emphasize this because I think what Marek just said is very important. Spending money is some kind of an art. Not everybody can do it, and it's very easy to waste money once you get your hands on them. So I guess yes, learn to spend money first, because a person with no experience of managing millions of dollars can go wrong very easily, even if they have that $1 million. It's managing millions of dollars, managing big money is not something everybody can do. I want to emphasize that idea because I think it's very important.
I think that point's great. You know, we talked about how to fail and the fact that failure is not a bad thing. The smaller amount of money that you take, the faster you can figure out if it's a meaningful company.
I would not recommend being $1 million failure on the first round, but a smaller failure and then going for $1 million deal in your second, third, fourth startup when you really got the hang of not only how to run the business, but how to raise the capital and how to spend the capital.
From people mentioned here throughout the day, money. As an angel investor, I would recommend you, if you have something that you believe in, and at least in the beginning you require some initial capital, then put some skin in the game. Show that you are not only investing your time, which of course is costly, but if you have some spending, a saving, show the potential investor that you have also contributed to that, if you have that possibility. If not, maybe try and raise capital from your friends or family. I think that this shows more seriousness, and investors will appreciate it much more than if you start looking for capital from governments or from grants. In Israel, I have to tell you that because there is a lot of capital out there, it is still seen as not something positive if you tap into capital or grants that aren't government-based, just due to the fact that usually this comes with some ties, and so if you do apply for a grant, understand what are the ties that are involved in that. Usually there are some ties.
But I would like to add to the discussion that we started with, should the government invest money in startups? One of the instruments that we use in the Dutch market is that seed capital funds can get matching finance from the government. So for example, they can raise 16 million and 8 million will be matched by the government. And the good thing is that the government themselves, they don't interfere with the management of the money itself. So it's the market who has to match that 8 million with another 8 million, who will then take the responsibility on their shoulders, which is of course a heavy burden. But on the other hand, the government don't need to interact with it. So I think if you look at the Armenian market, it would be an interesting instrument to use it. But if there are people willing to invest, for example, your boss, to invest money in your former boss, sorry. Now, but if he's willing to invest money in startups, there's also maybe a possibility if the government mentions that, but doesn't interfere with it.
Did you just quit to run a startup? That would be inspiration. Did you just quit to run a startup?
No, the person that answered the question is right here.
Oh, okay.
I think, but I'm going to intervene. No offense, Maurice, but Netherlands is one of the most developed and civilized and contemporary great countries in the world right now. We're talking. I'm saying that this is not. No offense in the sense that we are talking about Armenia here. There's a huge difference. It will take countries like Armenia, like Moldova, 20, 30 years before we get not to the point that you are, but to the way of thinking that you think. It's going to take a lot of time. And getting the government involved, that's why I asked a lot of questions about government today. And that's why I focused those questions with countries like Armenia, with countries like Estonia, where we have a good example of the government getting involved, and we have bad examples. In Moldova, every time, that was not a joke, every time the government gets involved in something, it...
Don't generalize, it's not every time.
It's every time. Maybe a successful story,
We have a technological hub right now built in Chisinau at Technical University with the support of the government. So there are some good things also, so not just bad things. But I understand your idea.
And many good things by Armenian government because also there are many programs supported by the government, like yesterday when the winners won. This was also government support. By the way, in Armenia also the government is giving special approach to the startup IT companies, like income tax and other type of tax. There are less than other taxes in the other branches of industry. Did you know?
Thank you, thank you. You see how they are defending their governments even though their governments don't do shit? This is another problem. We are gonna talk about that maybe at a different conference, but what I'm saying, Maurice, is that I think, and I think, even though Arturo and Amalia might not agree with me here, I think we should really promote the idea that people should work with each other and keep as far as possible from the governments that we have right now, because they are very, very corrupt and they don't give a fuck about your startup. They just wanna fuck you over. That's what they wanna do. Please excuse me. That's what they wanna do. And if they are afraid of the government, they can take their side. Please excuse me. I will try to shut up from this point forward. Please address your question.
Can I comment before that? How people in Estonia are working with people without government. We didn't have a few years back this very vibrant angel investor community. And what happened? A few active investors who were not like billionaires, millionaires, but they had a few thousand euros or tens of thousands of euros they wanted to invest. They started to develop the private investors market in Estonia. They established a company, ESPAN, Estonian Business Angels Network. And what they are doing now, they're growing every year. They're working with neighboring countries such as Finland, so we have a lot of more cross-border investments. This is something that what Armenia could do, activate these few private investors who would be willing to invest and collaborate with the private rich people from the neighboring countries without getting involvement in the government.
You're talking about, I see this as something that Armenia must do. You have a diaspora around the world, France, Canada, US, people who still feel attachment to the country. Tap into that. You've got those people that you can, that will first of all want to invest back into Armenia. So that is something that before even looking to investors, not only look to friends and family, also look into those contacts in the diaspora.
Excuse me, I really try. I'm trying here, but it's hard. So, do you know? Just a little trivia here. Do you know who's running the illegal cigarette market in Germany?
No.
A big group of Armenians. So getting the diaspora involved with the set of rules, if they do that in Germany, a country that's so strict, if they manage to do that there, imagine how are they thinking so?
So let me tell you something. You've got so many Armenians. No. You've got so many Armenians in California. So that specific example about Germany, it's nothing. When you've got millions of Armenians around the world, that specific example, I think, does not do you. It's not the right example. Okay, so you've got some bad examples, but tap into those examples that you can actually benefit from.
I'm sorry, this is called reality check. Okay. Please excuse me. Address the question. No, you wanted to ask the question.
Sorry,
But it is good that interest is growing.
My question exactly is about government. You? So yes, the things that you mentioned regarding funding and regarding the hub that you told that the government of Moldova built in one of the universities is very interesting and it is really helping. But I just want to ask about how to work with government if you are in a regulated area, because majority of the startups, in one way or another, they need to comply with the existing regulation, and sometimes if the regulation is not supporting, this is the real challenge: how to convince the government, how to work with them, how to make them to change the existing rules. And if you have a specific story and you just can share one of the methods that you used in your country from the perspective of the startup, That will be great. And of course, thank you all of you.
So, just a little bit of background. So, before I worked for the government, I worked in a startup. And so, I think that was one of the reasons that I got hired, is because I had a little bit of knowledge around how startups work. I think the question, is interesting because startups tend to be small groups of people. And when you're talking about governments don't tend to listen to small groups of people. And so, we've talked about it today, that creating this sense of community, bringing startups together as a larger group of people. So not just one startup saying, hey, this regulation is really hurting us, but having 10 startups together saying, this regulation is really hurting us. And as you look to build media support behind something like that, it's going to be much more interesting to a journalist that 10 startups are saying the same thing than one. And this is just a personal recommendation, now having been on both sides, but and it speaks to some of the questions around trust between citizens and government. At the end of the day, I think everybody is self-serving, and so aligning goals between the startups and the government is always going to be a better way to start the conversation, which is this regulation is hurting us in this way, and both the government and the startups want us to be successful so that we can become tax-paying members of the business community. And by changing this regulation, this would help us. An example from Atlanta was we were charging our startups the exact same as we were charging larger firms to establish their business. And it was a flat fee. If you wanted to be registered in the city, you had to pay $250. For a larger company that wants to open up an office in Atlanta, that's nothing. $250, no problem. If you're having to choose between paying your developer and registering your business, that's a real dilemma. And so a lot of the startups came to us and said, look, having to pay for the business license is not something that we feel we're able to do. And so we passed a law that said, look, if you're a startup and you want to be here, we'll waive your business license until you have over $1 million in revenue. Because at the end of the day, if that's what's going to make it easier for them to get to the $1 million and for us to then tax them, that's a benefit for the startups and the government. So the takeaways being, if you become a startup community that can clearly articulate which laws you'd like to see augmented and how you'd like to see them augmented and how that change in government can make you more successful, you're starting off on the right foot.
Can I jump in? I think we've just done that in Poland, so I might get you a story of how that happened. So we basically kind of there was a few guys who started founders that we thought that it might make sense to change some things. We had something in common, like that inability to create option pool in a Polish startup, or to be able to easily accept convertible notes from the state. Some stuff that were just, it was possible legally, but it was just too cumbersome. So we got together 2 years ago. We had some already, some communities behind us, so it was about 60 founders. We got together in a day and brainstormed the whole day. That was hard to get them together in one place. Mostly founders, but some investors as well. And we basically came up with the list of stuff that we need to change. And then we decided we got a list, and then we decided what to do next. So obviously, founders are super busy, so it's really hard to get them to work on it daily. So we decided that we're gonna just have elect ourselves about 10 people who are going to run the board, and then find funding for the organization to work. So we kind of treated it as a startup. We went to a couple of companies like Google, the Citibank, and a number of other companies. We convinced them to throw money into the foundation. We hired the CEO and the team, and they started working. And basically, after a year and a half, we fixed most of the issues that we had with the government. And the reason why we fixed is exactly what we said. It was really hard to convince them about one simple startup, even a big one like Uber startup, that wanted to do something. But if you had behind us, eventually we have about 1,000 startups now for backing Startup Poland. That's a much stronger message, and basically anything that the government does, the previous Polish government and the new Polish government, anything that you do around innovation or around startup entrepreneurship, the first person, that the first company, the first foundation that they get to is us. So I think it's possible when you have the whole community behind you. And that's how I think that managed to be successful for all.
It is basically the reason why Latvian Startup Association was founded. I don't know about your business approach, how you create the state budget, but we have a bunch of people called social partners. Pensioners Association, Enterprise Association, those people are there on the round table when the ministry offers the business model of the next year's financial data. And the Startup Association was created in order to represent broader network of entrepreneurs, to have one unified voice. It worked, and as I said, during 5 months, we passed complete law from the scratch, from the idea that it is needed. So, in a sense, to create an organization that is representing all of you, or throw out the establishment in already existing organization and move that in the direction you need, it is the best recipe ever.
Okay, I think we can go to the next question. I'll give it. It's fine.
I couldn't just giving a brief comment on the diasporans. I'd say that, we have a big army of diasporans who are ready to help the country to invest, but this mainly is restricted with the support to the country, state support, establishing funds to help children, orphans, like reform the transportation network, roads, etc. It's very difficult to get our big army, big names into these small teams, as you say, small startup teams. But of course it's an idea. Thank you for that. And I wanted just to ask you a question about quitting my job. Is that I just got tired of the bureaucracy, because I was working for a company which was highly bureaucratic, and regardless of anything, I worked there for 8 years, but got tired because of the government very close control.
I was just hoping that you just quit because we inspired you to quit.
But I am inspired.
Thank you. Do we have another question? Yeah, we do, right here in front. Sorry, I'll get back to you. It's right here? Okay. We'll come back to you, sorry. Oh my god, just take mine.
Hello?
Just take mine.
So I have another question about diaspora. So I have a product that is the monetization is by ads. So in Armenia, ads are very cheap. Like with 20% of diaspora users from other countries, it is targeting the Armenian society. So 20% is from the outside, and the majority of the revenue coming from the diaspora. So because the advertisement is much more expensive in US, Europe, and in Russia. So, but the thing is, I don't know how to target diaspora. I mean, you can target it on Facebook, but it's not that useful. Also, the influencers like Blender Mayor and something like that, but it's just not working. Do you know any good way to target diaspora as a customers?
Okay, so I was dealing with this problem with my last client who was fundraising money from Polish living abroad. And we started with reaching the organizations which were uniting Polish people abroad. So there are probably some Armenian institutes or some local communities. In California, you said there is a lot of Armenians, Canada, like try to find the places where Armenians unite abroad. And maybe you can reach them through this organization, or at least you can get the list of people or people following them in social media and stuff like that, and you get closer and closer to the people you want to target. It will probably take some time, but you can research them, check who is in the target group and so on. You can also try to get in touch directly with those organizations and ask them if you can do like a Skype call with them during some of the meetings to present what you're doing, and try to actively approach and push them to promote you, because they should be into helping you.
If you look for a group that is called the Armenian Business Network, have you found them? Go find the Armenian Business Network and check Antonian. He's very great contact person for between Armenia-based businesses and US-based, mainly diaspora-based investors, outsourcing companies. So I'm sure this, again, I'm repeating Armenian Business Network, they will help you. Thank you.
Thank you. We have another question over here.
Thanks. Actually, my comment was more of a response to your earlier statement.
Okay.
So I'm an entrepreneur. Can you hear me? Yeah. So I'm an entrepreneur from the diaspora that repatriated to Armenia, and I have a startup here. I'm not a fan of the Armenian government for many reasons, but I think that your portrayal of Armenia and the Armenian diaspora was, putting aside the fact that it was insulting, it's also incorrect for a number of reasons. I mean, I'm sorry, I can't believe you said that.
Yeah.
The way you said it was insane. And putting aside the language, of course. But the fact of the matter is that the Armenian diaspora is for many ways actually responsible for the tech development that you see in Armenia. So much of what happens here was the result of people here were attaching the Armenian engineering genius with the business sense and the finances of Armenians living in the diaspora. Or if you just look at the number of companies that outsource to Armenia, so many of them coming from Silicon Valley were the result of having an Armenian VP somewhere there, or somebody who was in a position to influence who did this. So, I don't know, I think that we do have a very strong connection between Armenia and the diaspora, both financial, both in terms of transmitting ideas and experience, and I hope this continues to grow.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I just stated a fact. I didn't say anything, I stated a fact, which is true. Second of all, I'm sorry if I insulted you. That was not my intention, that was a fact. I'm sorry if I insulted you.
I mean, it's not really proper to say this kind of thing in this kind of
Okay. Again, I stated a fact, and I apologize if I insulted you. That was not my intention. My intention was to bring attention to the fact that we are trying to say how we can change things from the current establishment. And when we say that we should get the government involved, I think that's a bad idea.
Germans selling cigarettes are not a majority of a diaspora.
And a few success stories are not the majority. A few success stories are not the majority as well. I live in a very corrupt country, and
But you live in a very corrupt country. You can't extrapolate this to a country that you're now living in.
I've been talking to a lot of journalists from Yerevan. I know what's happening here.
People from the audience are telling you.
I'm just going to shut up and take another question. Do we have another question and not a comment on what I just said? You can talk to me after the forum. I'm open to discussing this.
I think that comments are also very welcome. It's like we kind of take care of communication here.
No,
we
it's great, but
people
can talk to me after the forum. Not at the Q&A.
You are kind of public with your opinion. They are free to comment on that.
Okay, just for all the visitors who came to Armenia from different countries. Armenia is strong because of many Armenians are all over the world. Armenia is strong because we have strong diaspora, and Armenia is strong because the blood call is higher above everything. So now, taking into consideration the high-tech and IT and government and diaspora relationship, of course there are problems. Every country has a problem. But it's more important that when we overcome these problems, we are always hopeful that this diaspora, who survived from genocide, unfortunately are spread all over the world, are next to us, with the hope that one day it will become again biggest and strongest country in the world. Thank you.
Good luck with that.
So I think focusing on the diaspora is an interesting concept because it's a unique asset, and particularly focusing on the idea of
you've got a lot of folks who have gone abroad, gotten a different perspective or a different skill set, and then are returning. If you know, to the question that was earlier, if you can figure out how to tap into the diaspora from a monetization standpoint, either selling your product or raising funds or driving awareness, if you can systematize that or formalize that, and then turn that into a startup or a service, all of a sudden you've got a very unique value proposition that no other country is going to be able to replicate anytime soon. And so I think that, you know, focusing on the successes, focusing on the ones that have been able to successfully get into the minds and the wallets of the diaspora could become a huge opportunity for growth and a huge tool for a lot of the startups based here in Armenia.
I also have a short comment about the diaspora, because Moldova also have a quite big diaspora outside, and they have, a third of the country represented the diaspora, and they have the money and they have the know-how and somehow more business skills than the business people doing business in Moldova. So, in my perspective, the ideal scenario would be if there is no venture capital fund that is supported by the government, I would initiate one that is supported by diaspora.
Actually, in Armenia there is venture capital fund, if I'm not mistaken, and they are supporting many startups, and it was created both by the government and the diaspora together. Can I ask a question to all of you? As we are now here with digital communication, and the communication is the most important thing to bring new connections, new networks, and new relations. I'm very impatient to hear to each of you what way of communication, digital communication, is considered to be the most effective nowadays, and what skills should come into this field so as to make this process more fluent and more worldwide. Thank you for answering.
We can start with you, Agata, and go down the line.
You will have to repeat the question in one sentence, because I didn't really get the...
So I guess the question was, what's the most important tool to use within digital communication?
So I always...
And how to use it correctly.
Alright, so I always say that you need to choose the tool which is, for example, a social media channel that fits you as a person. Let's say you feel comfortable with Twitter, use Twitter. If not, don't use it, because you will not, you will seem fake if you don't feel comfortable with social media as a person. If we're talking about the brand, you choose the channel where your target group is. That's the only criteria. And like if your target group is on Snapchat, you think that Snapchat is that bullshit, it doesn't matter. You hire a person who is great on Snapchat and you go there.
So?
She said it so nicely. I'll just add that, you know, you can start by creating your small networks, even through WhatsApp. So, of course, you've got LinkedIn, Twitter, you know, Facebook, but look at other channels that you can also connect with. And it doesn't have to be a huge community. It starts from small and grow in size.
It's gonna get really boring when we get to boring. My only comment is that it's always a good idea to start early and start with your own profile, because you know your startup will not survive for more than a few years usually. The life expectancy of a startup is small, but you hopefully will live longer. So building your own kind of brand in the internet or whatever channel you like is usually kind of a longer lasting thing. And I've seen a lot of successful startup founders who started by basically being an expert in some area, and then when they launched their first company, everyone already knew about it because they were basically kind of Microsoft right already. The Microsoft celebrity already in Facebook, in Instagram, wherever. So it's an easier channel. It's one way to, even if you don't have a startup idea, you can already start building that kind of presence.
So I think it would be a simple formula between storytelling and video editing, and I told you in my presentation why.
And for amplifying, I would use any social networks that is reliable for the target audience you are targeting, be it Facebook, be it Contact, Одноклассники, Instagram, whatever. But for the future, I would pay much more attention for the messengers, whatever. It's Facebook Messenger, WhatsApp, Viber, and so on.
I think I agree with him. I think it's video. I think right now video is the thing to do, and if you want to sell something, you should put it in a video format, and Vine proved that in just 2 years, making a lot of money for a lot of people.
Speaking from the position of a journalist, I mean, I agree with everything that everybody is saying. I would just say that you also want to be creative in how you present your story and how you present your message. Pay attention, be creative. Don't do the video that everybody else is doing. Think about it. And one other thing is that journalists and the journalism industry is grappling with this too constantly. How do you get your stories out? How do you get your message out? And the industry as a whole is thinking about what's coming next. And so, granted that today, it's Twitter, Facebook, where your audiences are, video. I agree with all of that. Think too about, whether there are new ways of communicating that are coming out, or new ways of using what's out there. Be different.
I'm going to be different. I think it would be unprofessional for me to say the exact platform, because you are unique and you must remember that you must be true to yourself about the faking. I totally agree. If you are Armenian, your first choice is which language will you choose when you will be presenting yourself as a brand out there. And then please make a short list for a month what you would do, what you will be willing to cover, say, opinion about, whatsoever. And then the channels are the least important part of that story, because it is you, it is the language which you're choosing, and the stories that you are about to tell to public.
So I'll keep mine simple. When I had a startup, we were looking at how do we communicate. Whatever was free. We didn't have a marketing budget, so if it was free, we were putting material through that. And the one caveat to that is you just need to find your voice. So you speak on multiple channels, speak through multiple distribution networks, but make sure that it always sounds like it's coming from the same place. I think that was what was most important.
I'll take it from here and explain it from an early stage startup perspective, whose marketing and communication budgets usually are around $0 or euros. So for them, they should again really understand if it's a business for a business or a business to a customer, and based on that choose the channels. But I agree that messaging is the most important. And why not use crowdsource information? Get the marketing content from your customers.
I've heard all the new stuff, and I agree with it. But to be honest, email communication is still a great conversion tool. If you look at marketing and converting let's say, a message into a deal, email for 25 and up, if you look at those ages, is still a good one. 25 down, I would say social media, etc. that has been shared. And of course, choose your audience. Next step, what I've seen with a lot of our startups is try to interact with just a few product ambassadors. Try to set up Skype calls or whatever, Fiverr calls, once every month or once every quarter, to talk with them and try to figure out if you're still on the right track with your product, with your service, with anything that you do.
Thank you, and we're approaching 6 o'clock, so I think this is going to be it. We've spoken for an hour. I didn't think we were going to last that long, but I'm glad we did. I want to thank all of you for taking the time to come and taking the time to speak to the young people in the audience, especially. I know I missed that, and I needed that a lot when I was kind of growing up and finding my way into the professional world. I want to thank the United States Department of State again for helping organize this event by sponsoring it. I want to thank all of you that made it today and that stuck out until the 6 o'clock mark. And I really hope that you learned something from this. I think a healthy dose of optimism is necessary in order to keep going, especially in a harsh environment. But a good old reality check is not a bad thing, and I really advise you, Artur, this is my closing statement, and I really advise you to talk to each other and communicate as much as possible, because the only one that can help you from what I saw, from what I know in other countries, is yourselves. If we're going to expect all the time, and that's the problem that we have for someone to come to resolve our problems, nothing is going to change really. Thank you very much for coming, and we wish you a good night.
Also, thank you for the organizers to make this conference possible. Thank you, Vlad. Thank you, Anna, and all the remaining team.